Welcome to the Alex Yard Zone. Oopsie daisy. What's going on, Pink Puff? You made it. So glad you joined us. It's going good. Gonna get started in just a couple minutes. Hello, Koya. We got Sam in the house, Alexa, Elmarian. Sam, as always, has the lead story about the Hi-Fi Rush studio. Well, I really appreciate that, Pink Puffball. I'm very happy with the Mario video, and wait till you see the next one. Did you know the next Music Theory video is about Sonic Unleashed? Alright, just about to get started. There goes Eggman. Oh, Eggman's in trouble. There goes Idris Elba on the scene. What's going on, everybody? This is the official start of the stream. Hello, you Alex Yard zoners and printer cartridge toners. What a great set of festivities we have in store for today. And the first festivity is seeing me. Here I come. This classic little screen, you're going to hear me hit the button, and we're going to open the proceedings with the sound of a gunshot. But I want to be on camera for the gunshot. So here I come. What's going on, people? It's your boy, Alex Yard. Yeah, JJ's ready for the gunshot noise. Let's do the honors. Oh, my shirt is dancing because it has Yoshi on it. And Yoshi is green. And hello, Garfield. A lot of Garfield hype lately with the Chris Pratt Garfield movie on the horizon. But all right, I'm going to press the almighty gunshot. Imagine if you didn't hear it for some reason. That would be such an anticlimax. Here we go. Oops, wrong button. I had one job. Hey. I probably don't have the window active. All right, time for the gunshot. Without further ado. Yes, welcome to the Alex Yard Zone, everyone. JJ says, typical Alex controller issues. Now you listen here. I was in the wrong window. Ooh, the game is too loud, yo. So yeah, today I won't be doing a full run of this game. I'm gonna get as far as I can on the hero path, because when I played this about a month ago, I just went right down the middle, the neutral path on the neutral levels. So what I'm gonna do today is bang a right on the first mission by eliminating all 35 black creatures. Let's do it, baby. Yeah, I lowered the volume a bit, so now we're hovering at about negative 25 decibels, which is kind of standard practice here in the zone. But yeah, Garfield implores everyone to grab your guns. We got JJ in the house. Whole bunch of cool cats. Alexa's starting to plan Alexa's own streaming cinematic universe on Twitch. That's awesome. I dare say I'll watch your streams. Sam wonders if I'm using a dolphin or an actual GameCube. Take a look at these graphics, baby. When you're here, you're dolphin. Yeah, I don't typically stream off of a native GameCube. I just keep my purple lunchbox GameCube on the shelf as a trinket of times past. I am what I am. When I first heard the lick on the guitar in the Sonic Movie 3 trailer, I actually thought it was this song, because it's a similar pentatonic walk down. I am what I am. That's not exactly how it goes, but no, it was actually. Interesting. Garfield says there's actually a fan-fixed version of this game. What did they fix? Because I played the game on a native GameCube, and I thought it was flawless. Discuss. Alright, so we're going to start out a new file. We're going to go to Westopolis, and we are going to track down every black creature in the entire level. So, let me start today's first prediction wager. And if you're watching over on YouTube, you can't place a bet. You have to be on Twitch to place a bet. Okay? So, because this first mission, I have to track down all the creatures. So, I don't have a good shot at getting like an A rank or B. So, I'm just going to make this a successful wager outcome is anything but E. And then the losing outcome is E. So I'll go ahead and give you 2 minutes to bet.
And why can't I remember anything?
And then we'll go to Westopolis. 2 minutes starts right now. Alexa's vibing with the pentatonic walk down, even though Alexa doesn't typically feature that in his own music compositions. Nice. What's up, Bam Quazam? Bam Quazam is actually playing this on your Steam Deck. Now that is what I call good living, let me tell you. Dude, Sam also has this on the Steam Deck. Yeah. Now, also glad to see Bam Quazam say, people say Shadow the Hedgehog is a bad game, but you always come back to it. I also definitely see the value in this game, and, you know, I've said it a million times, previous streams, but finding your way with this game is very similar to finding your way with Sonic Heroes. They have a lot of the shared conventions and control nuances, and it was only once I figured out how to get the most out of Heroes that I had a wow eye-opening moment with this, because this is it may very well be the Hero's engine. Whether or not it's the same engine, it plays very similarly in a lot of important ways. And yeah, Garfield can tell you that it's the year of Shadow after all. Yeah, I can't say that I played this game a ton, in my own free time, but I do like it a lot. I love that it's doing something different.
Time to go and fulfill this promise.
Now, can you not speed up your skydiving in this? It's not the end of the world or anything. Alright, time to take out the first black creature. But Sonic interrupts it. So yeah, betting is open, so bet perfectly, everyone. I'm gonna leave the human sentries alone. Alright, Bam Kwazam, thank you for the confirmation that, yeah, there's only one skydiving speed, unlike Sonic Colors and whatnot. Yeah, has anyone been able to see live in person the Shadow the Hedgehog motorcycle that's doing some kind of world tour or whatever?
Hey, he's on our side. Hey, Shadow, that's one of the Chaos Emeralds.
Take out a black creature, leave the humans alone. Getting every...
Chaos Emerald, you can unlock unlimited power.
Oh, I always loved that line. You can and hey, what's up, Picky Jones over on YouTube? Hope you're not too picky for Shadow the Hedgehog, because it's a really cool game. What's up? Interesting. Sam says that this game used to lag for you on the Dolphin. What do you think turned the tide? Turning off VSync? Like what happened with me in Pac-Man World 2? Legendary tech support. Alexa's regrouping for future memes. And I'm just trying to track down these evil birds. Evil birds invading this planet.
Don't touch the red fruit.
The red fruit? I don't see any fruit. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Shoots enemies. Jet black and crimson skin. Just like Shadow. Do they have a shared DNA origin ancestor? Which really all just ties back to a science laboratory run by Gerald Robotnik. Who do you guys think is going to play Gerald Robotnik in the movie? Are you guys thinking Christopher Lloyd, Danny DeVito? What's that other famous actor's name that directs movies? To Clint Eastwood, he would be a good Gerald. He could writhe and wriggle around in place, tied to a chair in one of those torture chamber cutscenes from Sonic Adventure 2. Sonic Adventure 2 doesn't mess around. Did I get all the creatures around here? Now, I want the hero path, so let me have the Sonic. I guess I thought... Yeah, change mission. Do I have to hit A on it? Alright, sweet. Yeah, I want the hero mission. I don't know that there's any practical effect of having Sonic next to you and talking, other than just the dialogue. How's it going, Javid? Welcome to the zone. Javid likes Dark Souls. I like Dark Souls. JJ likes it. It's a good game. Oh, did I have a great aha moment with the Titanite shards that are available in the church. And I know half of you are like, uh-oh, a Dark Souls related paragraph? Not now. Not now. Super Rayman's in the house. How you doing, my man? Picky Jones over on YouTube says, Clint Eastwood programming the Ark to crash into Earth while tied up in a cell. It's gonna pave a path through award season. I can already see it. We got Super Rayman, Javid. Garfield says that fan remaster of this game is called Shadow the Hedgehog Reloaded. And please understand, please be aware that that was not a self-promotion. Now, I could use my hyper ability, but I will just skip past the black creatures that I need to track down, so it is not in my interests. Yes, now Sam also has today's second lead story, which is the announcement tweet about the Switch 2, and oh, you bet there's going to be an on-screen bit about that during today's Sonic 2 Mirror Mode. We'll unpack the tweet from every angle. We'll talk about the supplementary discussions that have been happening in the wake of that rather dreadful tweet. Wait, Alex thinks that tweet was dreadful? Oh, just you wait. Just you wait. Elmarian, you know Elmarian has good taste because Elmarian recently rewatched the Flying Battery Music Theory video, and I appreciate the kind words on the bass analysis. Yeah, man. Those gunshots. Dude, Eggman's Badniks come armed and ready, so you better look out. The music theory video for the Mario 64 that I just put out, I probably mentioned it on Monday that it's been picking up some momentum in the algorithm, and as of today, it is still going. Okay, not only that, I was very surprised and pleasantly surprised to pull up my dashboard for Alex Yard Adventure to find that the 25% video is actually having a decent surge in algorithm viewership, you know? With like 4,000 views in the past 48 hours. It always gives you the number of views in the past 48 hours. So I was wondering, I'm like, maybe the live streams that I've been now simulcasting over on the Alex Yard Adventure channel, could that be somehow indirectly, stimulating the channel in the algorithm so that the 25% video is now getting recommended? I mean, just ask JJ. The 25% video is important to him. Dude, it was an important landmark event, and it's not over. That 25% video was always meant to be the start of a conversation, not the definitive end. And you bet there's more on the way. It's just a matter of when and how, but it is going to happen. It is going to happen. Super Rayman still laughs at the intro of the Flying Battery video. Yeah, always fun to make a good impression right in the first 15-20 seconds of a music theory video. How much ammo do I have? Plenty. And what better way to do that than to present the viewing audience with the imagery that they will never forget. A Duracell battery with wings, baby. Welcome to the Golden Age. It's an evergreen video. It will be with us forevs. And I'm so glad you enjoy it, Super Raymond. Elmarian shared that video everywhere. Perhaps the 25% one, or maybe Flying Battery. The channel deserves a lot more opportunities to be explored. Hell yeah. Hell to the yes. I am gonna attack the soldiers. MF Doom. Don't yell at me. I'll yell at you. You don't like it? Sopranos Season 2, Episode 13, Funhouse. I'll yell at you. You don't like it? Elmarian became aware of my Twitch stream after a simul stream of Chaotix. And it was after that you found the 25% video. Maybe that was the one where I announced the Knuckles Chaotix video. Because, of course, I did a music theory video for Knuckles Chaotix. And I announced it in a live stream where I was playing the game. Like, I announced a live stream where I'm going to play Knuckles Chaotix and then announce the next music theory video. And wouldn't you know, the announcement was Knuckles Chaotix. Yes. JJ also says, we all know that I have extra stuff up my sleeves for the Adventure channel. Are things looking up? They are. JJ knows a little bit more than the average Yardigan about behind-the-scenes rumblings, things that are in the cards for the Alex Yard Adventure channel. I can tell you that after I finished the video for Mario 64 this past week, I was a little bit fried, and my mind was melting. Maybe a little bit of burnout, compounded by frustration that the first couple days that the Mario 64 Music Theory video debuted last week, it didn't go so. Like, I was a little bit flustered, and I just needed a change of pace. So, over the past week, I have spent some time, working on what I will say in a vague way is an Alex Yard Adventure video. Now, is it a gameplay-focused deep dive? Yes, but you see the way that I'm saying that cautiously, there's a twist. There's an extra twist to it. It's not going to be like a 25% style video, but about Sonic Heroes. I do plan to do that. But I've been struggling to put those videos together, whereas this wildcard topic, right, it's a topic that will be revealed, when the video is revealed. And you might look at that and be like, oh, you're going to do this thing out of left field instead? And all I can say in my defense is that I have to do it. My brain needs to do this somewhat different angle of a video, but it's still all of the same, Alex Yard quality, observations, presentation, insights. It's an Alex Yard video through and through in that sense. It's just not. It's not a video. I can't give it away. I can't give away what the massive twist is. But the reason why I need to do this video is because my brain is a little bit fried on music theory, and I need to a little bit of. And look, I'm still working on the next music theory video, which you may already know is about Sonic Unleashed. But also this video is going to have a couple of major discoveries that have never been reported anywhere on the internet. So that gives me more of an impulse to do it sooner so that I don't get scooped, Now, I mustn't go into the ring because there were 3 badniks that I missed. And listen, we knew this would happen. This is life playing Shadow the Hedgehog. I don't think the helicopter is something I need to attack. Alexa has thoughts, on the name of the channel? Elmarian says, how about some further development of the 25% video? For example, the many ways of playing a Sonic game. I mean, I don't have any real need to make another video about Sonic 3, but I will. I have so many videos, like, ready to make. Like, I do have a video about Sonic 2 that... Wait, was that the enemy? Was there an enemy falling down this thing? Let me actually teleport back. Oh wait, this could be the final badness. Yeah, this is it. Nice. Maybe I won't get an E rank. There's one more somewhere? Yes.
Disgusting black creatures. Get out of my sight.
Interesting. Alright, I got an E rank regardless. Elmarian, interestingly, has been setting yourself zone-specific goals, such as Marble Garden Act 1, try to collect all giant rings. Marble Garden Act 2, speed run it. Hold that thought, let me pay out the wager.
The black aliens have hit
Wow,
6 major
the
cities
1%
around the world,
minority
and
wins.
every city is reporting
And that's
significant
Alexa.
damage and casualties.
Way to go, Alexa.
Among them, Westopolis has received the heaviest casualties due to its weakened defense system. Downtown Westopolis has been almost completely destroyed.
I got an E.
Unconfirmed sources have
What a
also
win indeed,
reported
Alexa.
seeing a black hedgehog in Westopolis.
Shadow?
Yeah, you know, people have done challenges of the sort that Elmarian is talking about, like trying to get, I think it's what, Carnival Night Act 2 has like over 1,000 rings or something. So people do a challenge to try to get, like, yeah, I totally vibe with that, even though I don't really do it myself. I have, you know, plenty of fun just doing, I guess, points wagers and speed runs. Alexa thanks everyone that gave him some money just now.
That was sweet.
Now,
Shadow.
Clash is in the house. Hello, Clash.
Here to save you.
And you're wondering what I think of the suggestion that the best way to play Shadow the Hedgehog is to purchase a 100% file copy of the game and just play the stages for getting it. I guess I can see the appeal of that. Is it because a lot of people just don't want to be bothered with tracking down, you know, 100% of the enemies in a level
Let's go.
in order to get to a new path?
Get back here.
I don't have a problem with tracking down every single enemy. Sonic Heroes does that too, and in my opinion, I enjoy it as a way to get a different experience out of a level that's more like comprehensive. Now, is this the one where I have to destroy the tank? Yeah, what's the... Actually,
Smash.
Withdraw from the city.
can I see the... Oh, yeah, I can see the route if I press Y. So... Oh, man.
Smash their tank.
Is there... I might have to swerve off the path and get back. Because I think that the tank... Does anyone know what the trick to beating the tank is? Because I remember it's difficult. But, like, I almost wonder if this is meant to be beaten. You come back after doing other routes, and you have better weapons. But let's see how this shakes.
Shadow, where have you been, Slowpoke? Looks like the black creatures have turned.
Oh, and I gotta do a wager. Because I'm not good at this either, I'm gonna do the E or nothing thing. And 2 minutes to bet starts right now. Eblo hopes Shadow uses guns in the Sonic 3 movie. I mean, yeah. If they're joking around with body bags for Maria,
Stay back.
and also, you know, what is it? Can't remember. Did the Knuckles series have any risque little segments in it?
There it is. That's their lead tank.
No.
Look out. It was one of the black creatures. The tank's barrier seems to be deflecting bullets.
But I do think this is actually hurting it. Damn it. Yeah, they better say damn it in the next movie.
Sections of the road will be
And also I want to hear Maddie say damn it. Like she's looking for an emerald and it's hard to find, so she goes, damn it. Alright, JJ says there was a masturbation joke in the Knuckles series, in addition to a Holocaust joke in the what is it, the Shabbat dinner episode.
just jump as high as you can.
So, and there's a Trump joke in Sonic Movie 2. What's happening to our neighborhood?
Yeah, smash them up.
Into the goop, into the goop. Eblo says Knuckles talks about streetwalkers. Is that a cool kid's name for a gun? Elmarian is queuing up the schedule next up on Alex Jardin Adventure, how to get 3 Golden Freddies in just 2 streams.
No, stop!
No, stop. Don't murder us. Damn it. Now, is this Chaos Blast? It's a special attack. Oh, there goes the tank. So I'm gonna have to go with the flow and I guess go to the middle route, but maybe I can get back to the hero route. I have beaten this tank at some point in my gaming career, but I remember it was very difficult and it was very, like, specific what you had to do. Look at these pole holding mechanics. The future of gaming is here. I don't even need a Switch to. Oh, okay. Eblo says streetwalker means prostitute. Welcome to the Olive Garden, everybody, for some wholesome family fun, courtesy of the, really refined artistes on the payroll over at Paramount Plus, which I heard Paramount Plus is having financial difficulties and they might need to get bought out by, like, I don't know, Sony? Is that what I heard? Poor Paramount Plus. It's hemorrhaging money like every damn streaming service. In a brutal capitalistic competition to see who can last the longest making and losing money, so that when the other competitors die out, then they can enjoy a solo market share, This is gameplay. Keep homing attack the guy. Garfield thinks that Sony might have physical media. Yeah, because they release PS5 games on discs, or Blu-rays, or DVDs, or I don't know. I don't keep up with these Digital Foundry technical specs. And hey, No Life is over there on YouTube. You played way less than 25% of this here game, Shadow. Yeah, you just got the one where, you just run to the end, ignoring the objectives. And look, I think that is, yeah, it might only be 25% of the game, but I would even say that even if you were to just beat this game and run to the end of each level and get the basic ending, I still think that's something. I do think the game, is definitely designed for you to do different runs and different paths. But I still think it's cool that it gives you, well, a mellow mode, where you don't have to worry about, doing a really good job on the missions or speed. It's just like a classic Sonic game. If all you're up for doing is running through the levels, the same way that you play Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, well, Shadow the Hedgehog has got you covered. It's just, you're only going to experience a small slice of the game, and even the cutscenes and levels. Sam thinks it's NBC. What, you think NBC is going to absorb Paramount Plus the way Samus Aran absorbs Metroids?
The tank just took off. We've got to catch up.
Or any enemy, maybe? Nah.
Giving it their all. Hey, it's a squad of gun soldiers. Let's give them a hand.
Door opens automatically. What's the point then? Picky Jones over on YouTube is saying, over in the UK, you don't really consider damn to be a swear. Wow, and you saw some pre-release buzz about how there was swearing in this game, and then you started playing the game and you're like, where's the swears? Damn, I say damn at preschool parent-teacher meetings over in the UK. Where's the mythical device? Wow, look at this ancient device. Oh, it still works. Eblo says, video games are among the most cost-effective form of entertainment. Why? Because the Nintendo Switch retails for $2.99? Do you guys think the Switch Attach is going to retail for like a little bit more than $2.99? Do I have to grind? Yeah. I hope B is the button you press. Okay, there's the speed up mechanism.
We'll catch up to that black tank in no
Wait, you
time.
think we're gonna catch up and fight with the black tank?
Take
I mean,
this.
here it is.
Nobody gets away from it. This'll just take. Spare me. Death to all who oppose me.
Don't know if this is doing damage. Don't care. But if it changes colors, I'll know something's working. That's the rub. Oh boy.
Cover fire. Nobody gets
What?
away from
Oh,
a
okay.
gun.
Alright, JJ says, grab a gun now and unload my ammo. Yeah, and JJ laments the, terrible irony that, the streaming era started as a great alternative to the cable companies' monopolies.
Leave it to me. I'll chase him down.
But nowadays, it's like we've
Where's my bike?
circled back around to, so many giants, so many streaming services. In the end, the customer loses.
That looks like a gun cage for capturing Black Doom's soldiers.
Now, where is the switch of destiny? Where is the switch attach? Eblo's trying to figure out where the unlimited ammo is at.
That looks like a gun cage for capturing
Oh, is it that I
soldiers.
can't do this? I can't shoot in the cage? Oh, I can open the cage? Look at this. Oh, okay. Good to know. JJ says when you max out either meter, you turn invincible and get unlimited ammo. Wow. That would have been useful to know. All the times that I've tried and failed to beat this tank. Yeah, it's alright if I don't beat the tank.
That for a burst of speed.
You think?
Take. Don't let him get away.
Just a quick homing attack and the both panels of the entire
Has anyone seen where it is?
cage just shatters the fence. Eblo says, hey, whoa, Alex, you didn't read the instruction manual that came with the game? Sonic Team put a lot of effort into that. Well, you see, I bought Shadow the Hedgehog on GameCube used on
There's the
eBay.
exit out of the city.
So I didn't experience the joys. I'm sure the instruction manual is hilarious, having images of the characters on the sides being
I
like,
don't know who he is, but for now, I have
good
to
luck
believe
trying to
him.
figure out
That's
these
it.
damn controls. Alright, JJ recommends a rising channel called Hard Pretzel. Has a good 6-minute video about how to get the most out of this game. Garfield adding that either gauge gives you a special ability. Did you guys see what rank I got? I would imagine
Hand
it's
over
an
that
E,
Chaos
but
Emerald, or else.
Eblo confirms the E.
Have a chance against me, do you?
Look, I don't take orders, especially from
Alright,
you.
the E was in the
But I'm
majority.
not here to fight you either. I'm collecting the emeralds to find my
JJ
own
says that
answers, so
Hard
why don't you
Pretzel
just back
channel
off?
does a lot of the videos for underrated Sonic games. That's cool. Well, I hope that there's one for like Black Knight and Secret Rings because they are underrated.
Behold, the wrath of Black Arms.
Is this the boss? Sonic looks nice and shiny.
Now we're talking. Bring it on.
Burn this entire city.
Yeah, Eblo likes how Black Doom is randomly being brought back after all these years. In terms of plot continuity, I guess they can justify it because it's Sonic Generations. you know, Sonic Generations, by its nature of its plot, brings back a lot of ancient stuff, including possibly, you know, characters that have kind of already died. Can I damage him while he's on the move? What a chump. Oh god. No, I need the courtesy ramp of birds. Where's the courtesy birds? There they are. They just appear out of nowhere to escort me up to his ugly eyeball. Fine. Fine. Wow, kicking this thing's butt. This has so much edgy language. Now, Garfield says you can add multiple options to a prediction. What do you mean by that? Like today's wager, so far it's just 2 options. And I usually do 3. There will be 3 options. I don't know, should we just do 2 options for Sonic 2 Mirror Mode?
Yeah, smash them up.
Behold the ultimate power.
Yeah, keep going.
Will this help me fight the boss? Is this all for naught? Can't even get the height. I don't know. You think you're gonna see me play this game and awesome games done quick? No, baby.
Way to go, Shadow.
How's it going, Vector Sater? Sam wonders when Sonic X Shadow Generations is coming out. It's definitely coming out before the movie in December. I think they maybe said like fall. I think it's like October or November or so. Which is when Generations came out. How fitting. Generations, I'll never forget. November 1, 2011. Very magical. The day that Alex Yard was brought back to the Sonic universe. After a almost 10-year absence since Sonic Adventure 2. Oh god. Get a ring, get a ring. Oh nice, Sonic can collect rings that count toward my total. It's a good deal. Can I reach this birdie? Oh, I can go straight to his eye. End of the line, baby. Eblog says, this game is better than Sonic Heroes. Eblo's not taking questions at this time.
Monster.
Yeah, now Sam says they will delist OG Generations. Probably. Probably. It's a little surprising they haven't done so already. Although I guess that's the way it shook out with Sonic Origins, right? They only delisted like Steam Sonic CD like the day that Origins came out, I think.
Mr. President, we've received a report from the Central Information Agency. Our ground
Now, it's CIA, but they changed the words that it stands for.
We've also managed to suppress enemy forces in 5 other cities.
Yeah, Vector
There's
Sater
also
says,
reports that the
we don't know if they
Saturday
will,
has been
but
compromised.
come on, LOL, they will.
Incidents now.
They
There's a
will.
strong possibility that
Right?
this
If there
would
was
also
any
be
game that
Black
Sega would maybe have some mercy on,
Tell the commanding generals
maybe it would
that
be
the United
Generations,
Federation
just
will
'cause
never surrender
I'm
to
under the impression that
Yes.
Sonic Generations is like the most modded, supplemented
This
by the
planet
fan
was
community
once safe
game
from
in all of
tyranny
Sonic.
and annihilation by you two heroes. Now
Vector
men
Sater's
must
hyped
protect
for
the
some
peace
de novo.
at all costs. We must
Yeah,
stand
Koyao,
united
to this day,
defend our
regrets
world
not
against
grabbing
these
Steam
invaders.
Sonic CD. It's really a shame that they took it down. Garfield has the OG Steam version of Generations. And I do too. Wait, unless you're talking about there's 2 different versions as is. Alright, so this is, I think, the Charmy, and I love hanging out with Charmy, so maybe this was all for the best. But this time, what I will do is I will try to get all the discs. Oh, I'm so happy to hang out with
Wonder
Charmy.
if there are any Chaos Emeralds around here.
Project Hedgehog is in the house. Hell yeah, Shadow the Hedgehog, good choice. Gun is featured in the Knuckles series.
What?
And movie 2 and probably movie 3.
That's right. I somehow escaped.
And I wonder, for anyone that's
captured
watched
by
all
those
of the Knuckles series,
But
did it
from
seem
where?
to have any,
And why?
you know, planting seeds for movie 3, you know, with the gun stuff?
this place. It feels like I've
Alright,
been
time
here
to check
before.
in with my main bee, Charmy.
This place used to be a military base.
Oh, I can't wait to say hello to Charmy.
Presence
Hey, Shadow. I gotta ask you something. Vector told me that he wants
Vector mentioned certified W stream.
what's a top secret dish?
Dude, we are gonna find these optical... But, like, what's a top secret disc? You and me both, Charmy. Oh, my God. Wow, Eblog? I keep saying Eblog as a joke. It's Eblo. G. Says Black Doom is hinted at the very end for no reason. Wow. So if Black Doom could even be involved in movie 3.
All right.
Not just Shadow X Sonic Generations. Shadow X Sonic could be, you know, kind of a refresher of what Black Doom's deal is.
First secret disc.
Oh, I love Charmy in this game. The first secret disc. Charmy as your pal spin-off game when...
Springboard off of it.
Koyao says, alright, so let me get this straight. Vector sends Charmy alone to do a mission that he has no idea how to do. That's the Chaotix chain of command for you. Let me go ahead and start another wager. It's going to be an all or nothing. And you have 2 minutes. Starting now. Alright, Eblo clarifies that they don't actually name Black Doom, but they talk about an extraterrestrial that interrupted a bowling tournament in 74, which was 50 years ago. So does Black Doom... Did Black Doom do something specific 50 years ago? Whoa, how'd that happen? Let me know if you see a disc, because I need to find all the top secret discs, even though Charmy doesn't know what that is. Nice. Vector Sader, thankfully, got pretty much all the Steam Sonic releases prior to the Mania Plus DLC. Yeah, and I have most of it too. Scooping up that stuff in a big old sale for like 90% off before I even had a gaming PC. I created a Steam account with no Steam machine, you know, with the intent to one day cash in on it. And I did. They let me download the games, even though I had bought them 2 years before. Yeah, haha, bought in that weird verb tense. Yeah, Alex, Massachusetts, blah, blah, blah. We get it.
Try not to crash, okay? This thing is
Humble
really
bundle for the win, says Vector Sada. Okay, so these things launch you in a major way.
There are splashes everywhere around here. It's so exciting.
Now, does this thing have its own hit points? This isn't an attack, is it? Is there no point to me riding this? How do I get off? Wait, I want to make sure there's no top secret discs around. Eblo is correct. This is the spinner from Twilight Princess. You know, as I've been listening to, you know, lots of long, speculative YouTube videos in the wake of the Switch 2 announcement of the announcement. Oh, wait till we get that today. But anyway, I heard these guys really harping on, like, they really, really want there to be a Switch release of Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. Like, see, that's what you want Nintendo spending resources on? Games that were already HD remade for the Wii U. Like, you really need to play it on your Switch that badly? Different strokes for different hedgehogs. JJ wonders if Charmy is voiced by a woman in this game. The voice is very Bart Simpson. I figure it must be a lady. And I am 80% sure that the voice of Charmy the Bee in Sonic Generations, speaking of generations, is none other than Colleen O'Shaughnessy, whom many of you better know from the Knuckles series. First 5 minutes only. Switch weapons, take over the scene. I haven't found any more optical top secret discs. Help me find them, streaming viewers. Sam says, Wind Waker HD has too much bloom. Is bloom like a video game term for like a certain kind of like graphical look or something? Because if I didn't know any better, bloom would sound like what they did to poor Sonic Colors Ultimate, where everything glows like poop. Look at all those Eggman's robots. Where's the discs? Get the sing-songy note next to the dialogue, even though it's not really a song, like flower, flower, open up and I'll sting you from Sonic Heroes. I'll be here all weekend. Ah, you're so cool. Oh, Charmy is amazing. Oh, okay. Third Bruno says that actually is what bloom is, and Sam confirms. Interesting. Eblo says they ruined Wind Waker in the HD release. You're not taking questions. Is it because of the bloom? Or is it because they streamlined the part at the end where you have to track down 1,000,000 Triforce shards all over the entire ocean? Maybe Eblo is a purist and wants to experience every ounce of that brutal padding. Where are the discs? Am I at the end of the level? I think there's a disc right up ahead. Yeah, there's a disc. Now, I should be able to go back to get the disc. Doo-doo-doo, by turning around here. Dude, attention to detail. The way that... See how Shadow is holding the sword? But when he jumps up in the air, the way it spins around, despite being a big old sword, I just love it. Koyao was prepared for Shadow to have a gun, but a sword? Is this too violent and intense? Well then good, it shall broaden your horizons. Where's the optical discs? I'm pretty sure there's one right at the end of the level. This wasn't the end, but... Oh, hot, hot, hot. Da, 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 da. That's a typical song that you hear at weddings. I like the fire. I'm eating fire because I'm hot, hot, hot. And then when you get your wedding video, they make a montage of people doing the conga line. And then there's big letters on screen that say hot, hot, hot. And the bride is like, I don't need these big letter graphics on screen saying hot, hot, hot. Charmy is hyped just at the prospect of sliding. I mean, it was pretty cool. I'm glad that even though they're enemy combatants, Charmy can appreciate these really, admittedly cool robots. If I say, I could play this game twice a week. I don't, but I could. Sam has frames per second reports. Elmarian should have hired me as your wedding videographer. I don't come cheap. $2 an hour, but it typically takes me hundreds of hours to finish the wedding video. It's a unique business model that's worked for me historically. Third Bruno doesn't think he's ever played a 60 frames per second game until you got Kingdom Hearts 2.8 on your PS4. All those numbers. I mean, Third Bruno totally missed out on the PS3 generation. Yeah, when Sonic Colors came out, I had no awareness or conception of frame counts. You know, even even playing N64, it's just the glorious innocence of youth. You know, the entire N64 generation, I had no knowledge of frames per second, and I would notice GoldenEye slow down. Where's the disc? Can I jump up here? Yeah, I don't know. I would notice slowdown in games, but I would never think like, oh, the game's not working correctly. I would think like, oh, this is what happens when there's a lot of crap happening on screen. It's just your young mind has no idea how to critique something. And you're also a gamer in Plato's Cave, where you don't know what's outside the cave other than the Genesis games of your youth, so you just accept it as good and polished. Standard operating procedure. Now, is there another top from Marble Garden? And also the spinner from Twilight Princess? Sam has all the Kingdom Hearts games, but there's a catch. It's on the Epic Games Store. What's that purple orb? How can I get it out of here? I don't think... Can this thing launch me if I'm not on the spinner? We shall find out together with Insta Research. Live on the air reconnaissance. Okay, Eblo says that's a particle effect that didn't despawn. You're telling me that's not a cool secret, you know, passage to a previously undiscovered special stage? Oh. There better be a disc up here. Well, market that like this was your idea. Oh, a disc. Alright, so here's disc 3. Oh, I'm so psyched too, Charmy. Thank you for being you. You're the bomb. And I want to see you in a deleted scene of the Knuckles series. When they release the Knuckles series on Blu-ray. And I hope that the Knuckles series Blu-ray includes a bonus feature where you get to see footage of the executive boardroom meeting when they made the call to do that bait and switch episode with basically no Knuckles in it. They brought in Lonely Island to do that whole middle school play. Say what you will about it, and I'm gonna say what I will. Uh-oh, my spinner from Twilight Princess is losing juice. Oh, yeah. Elmarian describing Charmy as the little brother that follows you everywhere, even into war. Alright, so there's the end. But I think, I really thought that there was a optical disc near the end. Ah, there it is. Alright, so that's the fourth one up ahead. Not again. Charmy spin-off game 1. This is sick. The fact that you can run for it, right? Taking the triangle jump from Heroes and then expanding it so you can run on the wall like a Matrix badass. I'm in heaven. Alright. Now, Jay's reviews and others have criticized this portal mechanic because it's cool that you can use it to get anywhere in the level, but if you have no idea where the last disc is, what's the use? Wow, the third broom. Oh, okay, let me... Was I at the It's gotta be the beginning, right? Ah, you hear the gunshot sound effects, but yeah. Third Bruno thought Pac-Man World 3 had particle effect despawning problems. But this takes the cake. I'm actually gonna... Let me go... I really want to make sure I didn't miss anything critical. So let me go to the farthest one. Wow, I have 50 bullets. Someone tell Maria. She'll be so proud. Maria. My perennial death sound in SRB2 kart.
Wonder if beating up all those guys will make this cage
I'll see you on the SRB2 kart racetrack this Friday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern.
There's more of 'em. Shadow,
It's gonna be lit. Fire. Amazing.
I think it's dangerous up ahead.
I don't recognize this area, which could bode well for my disc location. Disc. Oh, I'm so happy. Disc.
Got 'em. All of 'em.
Dude, and the to hear the charming dialogue if you don't get all the discs.
Know the truth.
As you leave the level, Charmy's like, I don't think we found all the optical discs. Can we go back? Guys, I got an E. Fulfill your destiny. Nice. Glad to hear Koyao has been practicing your kart skills. Not sure if you should do a drift-heavy character or not. Vector Sater saying goodbye to some points. Wow, yeah, there was 1,000 points
Aren't you done yet?
bet by
At this
Vector.
rate, the entire day will
And
be
they're going to go
wasted.
to winners of this wager, including Elmarian.
Data retrieval isn't exactly
Elmarian's picking up some points. And so is Sam and JJ. Way to be.
Stop bugging him, Charmy!
Guys, the Chaotix. Vector looks so much more high def in this game than Heroes, I guess. Assassin is a vocab word in this game. That will be on your quiz.
Your timing is impeccable. You know that Eggman fella pretty well, don't you? Well, we need your help to hack into his computer. Don't ask why.
Sam
Then we don't
rejoices
have
at
any
an
more time to
accurate
waste.
prediction, as does Elmarian.
Well, what a coincidence. I'd like to know what the good old doctor's up to as well.
Dude, look at this crew. That will never get old. Austin Powers karate chop the computer panel. Proceed with the adventure. That's poetry in motion. Karate chop indeed, Elmarian.
Big case. SBO, we're counting on you.
Roger that.
SBO spin-off 1. SBO and Wade and Knuckles side series. All right, so that's going to bring us to Sonic 2 Mirror Mode, as we commemorate, as Garfield mentions, that the Jimmy Neutron and Timmy Turner crossover premiered 20 years ago today, and somewhere right now, LS Mark is celebrating. Here's to another 20 years of Timmy Turner content. That guy LS Mark likes his Fairly Odd Parents so much so that it becomes a deathly lifelong burden of pain and frustration. Check out his videos. They're the ultimate cautionary tale of fandom. Elmarian's vibing with this music. Was it you, Elmarian? Or was it you or someone? Someone definitely requested, I think, Prison Island from this, and also maybe this internet level. This is the internet level one. But okay. I'm gonna go ahead and set up Sonic 2 Mirror Mode. So let me send you over to the waiting zone, as it is known. And there could be updates to the waiting zone coming in the nearest future. Not today, but don't worry about the timer. In fact, I'm gonna bring you back to Sonic 2 Mirror Mode screen as soon as it's available. Alright, no, it wasn't Elmarian. Elmarian classically requested the Pictionary song and then the Speed Punks. Hey, look, it's Rystar. Speaking of Friday's stream. But yeah, Koyao says, Friday's looking spicy. I'm going to show you what I've done in Dark Souls. We're going to give Super Monkey Ball Adventure a whirl and determine the true value of Traveler's Tales. And finally, some Goodnight Rystar. It's going to be great. Alright, go grab a pretzel, a drink, investigate whether damn is a first, second, or third degree swear in the UK, and I'll be back soon. Alex Yard. Microwave confirmed. Sonic Origins led to delisting, much to the chagrin of us. Yeah, delisting of Sonic CD on Steam. Sad state of affairs. When was the last time I opened Sonic Origins? I couldn't even tell you. No, yes I can. March 7th. Wonder which stream that was. You guys hear about Hades 2 shadow dropping? Early access? Kind of like how Penny's Big Breakaway went about things, except the Hades 2 game admitted that it was early access. But we like to have fun around here. Nice. Elmarian's birthday is coming up this coming Tuesday. Maybe you'll get a game, or a shirt, or a joke pair of socks. Koyao says, early access is being an unpaid tester for the company. Give it to you when it's done. Javid has no intention of playing early access single-player games. And look, I am not either. But I don't know. I've only heard good things about people giving Hades 2 a whirl. Yeah, Third Bruno says at least one of the FNAF games was also shadow dropped. Yeah, Koyao says, of course it's awesome. Just give it to you when it's done. Yeah, I totally get why, if you're really hyped for a game, it's just a real kind of buzzkill and thunder stealer to, play an unfinished version that's gonna change and have that be your magical first impression. That's why I didn't want to get Penny when it shadow dropped either. I'm just kidding, man. But there's a truth to that. Oops. No game audio. Let's fix that. Toot sweet. Toot sweet. Sam wonders, is the game worth the price? Which game you talking about, Sam? Might that be Sonic Origins? Yeah, Koyao enjoys Metal Sonic's poses in the animations. Also good in Sonic Mania Adventures. Yeah, Sam was talking about Sonic Origins. If it's $40 still, I don't know, man. I don't. Wait for a sale. $40 is a little nuts. Pop back on camera, of course. And of course, we got on-screen news segments today. Starting right after Emerald Hill Act 1 is done. It's tradition not to do the first on-screen segment during the first act, but it is tradition to have me on screen. All right. Yeah, now Koyao says, what was the Vegel Fortress? Is Spinball playable in this? I can't remember if you can emulate a Sonic Spinball. I know that the vanilla release did not have Sonic Spinball. Oh yeah, we got this new... Alright, it's just going to be Sonic today. Yeah, Sam says Origins is $39.99. I'd say wait for a sale. Press Y to start new game, but it's X because Origins doesn't obey controller conventions. Alright, all I gotta do is start the wager. Okay, so yeah, if you look at the lower left-hand corner, you can see that I'm aiming for a modest 140k points. I'm not very well practiced with Sonic 2, like I've been playing it my whole life, but no particular practice lately. So, what's it called? Yeah, it's going to be 30 minutes to bet because this is a full game wager. And betting is open now. And there will be a reminder when there's about 2 minutes left. So let's begin the adventure. Now, Bamquizam points out that you can literally play Sonic 2 on your Android. Yes, that is so canonical that when we did the legendary segment, the Sonic game tier list, remember that? that interesting stream segment we did. Dude, the icons for Sonic 1 and 2 were just the mobile icons, which is just kind of a funny thing, you know, working through the realities of our shared dystopia, that in a thing like that, right, the iconic game started it all, is represented by a phone version icon. Spin dash. Koyao doesn't have origins, so you can't join in the race, but I appreciate the well wishes. I do intend to win this wager. And you know what they say? Oh boy. Wagers are won in the first couple of zones. I don't know, I'm just saying that now, but it's true-ish. A good couple of opening zones can set the stage for success. Oh god. Success is what I want. Alright, is there some tomfoolery down here? Secret spikes in the floor. Centrum pills spilled all over the floor. Am I gonna get an extra life? That would be so life-affirming. Watch out for the flying badnika here. Timpa me. The end is in sight. Wow, that dude goes so low, he almost hit my head. You know, on the forehead. Get a respectable time bonus. Alright, yeah, Koyao said I had that Sonic CD win recently, where it was looking like I was going to do bad, but then I bested JJ in the end, was it? Alright, you know what time it is. It's time for today's top story. This. Sonic Rumble is now officially announced. Sonic Rumble, you may know as Sonic Toy Party, was the working title. That was probably the internal working title. That they even used the Toy Story logo, but it's official now. It's very colorful. And don't you think that logo is evoking Sonic Shuffle? Because that's what I'm going with. Rolls under enemy. Goes down the slope to get the rings. Famquazam saw that too, and right you are, it's pretty much Sonic Fall Guys. Yeah, they put Sonic characters, skins, in Fall Guys, and they were like, let's just do an entire Sonic game based on this mechanic. I think the premise of Fall Guys is awesome. I could never find my enjoyment groove with it. Something about the way it controlled, it was like deliberately kind of like loosey and imprecise. And I guess they just wanted to emphasize, you know, the cute, clumsy characters, the way they run around. I don't know. I look forward to, you know, deep, lightning fast, true gameplay mechanics in Sonic Toy Story. Bamquazam has a Razer Edge phone. Is that like one of the optimized, optimal phones that's good for gaming? Wow, that was something. He's coming from the other side of the screen. How bizarre. How bizarre. How bizarre. Remember that song? Wow, I never noticed the exhaust fumes coming out of the back of the ship. 2 hits left. He's not even going to get his drill launched because I'm the man. Yeah, now JJ says, is there no details on the platform yet? Is it just mobile? That, I don't know. That's a good question, because I guess I was kind of hoping that this would be on all platforms. If it's a free-to-play game, why wouldn't you put it on all platforms and get the maximum player base? You know what I mean? JJ figures that what this means is Android and iOS. Which, the most important consequence of that is that JJ can stream it. Third Bruno mentioned that there was a Pokemon Rumble that had a toy theme. Wait, there's a Fall Guys like with Pokemon characters? Get me some of that. I probably wouldn't need to play it or anything, but just for the novelty of it. And knowing that Sonic is riding Pokemon coattails a little. Is this a good idea? Have I ever been down here? I don't remember seeing one of these things at the top of... Yeah, this is different. Look at this route I found. This is wow, and I would have lost all my rings if I had gone into that special stage by accident, right? Where is this? Guys, we're in the new frontiers of 2D gaming. Sonic Team was reluctant to push their rival mascot forward into the new frontiers of 3D gaming. But Nintendo dove in headfirst, and credit is due for the timeless, influential masterpiece that resulted. The music theory video for Dire Dire Dire... I'm just kidding, I'm not going to recite the entire video, although I probably could. How can I safely get this jerk like that? Yeah, JJ says other game companies are not afraid to put their mobile free-to-plays on other platforms, you know. Javid always wanted a Pokemon game with real-time combat. Pokemon Rumble was not it. Yeah, it's amazing that they haven't done anything like that yet. I guess that's the gap that's supposed to be filled by Cameo Elements of Power. That Rareware game that was on the back of the box of the GameCube launch box. Not lunchbox, launch box. Like on the back of the GameCube box, there was screenshots of like upcoming games, and Cameo Elements of Power was on the back. And it never came out on the GameCube. More later on that. Koyao can see Jet the Hawk in promotional screenshots for Rumble. Yeah, you know, now that they're releasing official screenshots, I would be curious, you know, and if you can see any other notable characters, Koyao, that's cool that there's Jet. I guess me streaming Sonic Riders was just the bump that the Sonic Riders series needed to get legitimized within Sonic Toy Party, which I will continue calling it. Inconsistently. Sometimes I'll call it Sonic Rumble. So close yet so far. JJ loves it when I randomly requote my own videos. You relate to this and shows that the effort that I put in before and after the publishing. Yeah. I absorb a lot of the scripts by memory, just by osmosis. You edit a video, you're going to hear this and that scene over and over and over. Yeah, it's fun to do callbacks like that. On stream and in the videos themselves. I'm trying to think, did the Mario video have a callback? I feel like the Superstars video did. Yeah, the Superstars video had a callback to the Stardust Speedway video right before it, when I said, what was it? If US soundtrack fans are looking to feel seen, could Sega interest you in Sonic? Well, I forget. It had something to do with Sonic. I'm getting mixed up between the two videos, but you know the deal. Don't go in the special stage. Take away all your rings. I wonder if I'm going to win this wager. So far, dude, I got 43K. 43K. Uh-oh. Did I just jinx me? JJ's pal loves Pokemon Unite. Is that an MMO trading card game? Oh, I almost died. Dude, I definitely jinxed me. Now I have to undo the jinx with good gameplay. You didn't know that's how it works? Now you do. Don't give up. Oh, God. Doodle-doodle. Sam says, at least we have the Rareware Star Fox game. Yeah, a neutered version of Zelda. I was very hyped for that game in the lead up to the release of Star Fox Adventures on GameCube. Oh no! Where the hell? I mean, I probably should go left, right? I guess I'll do a spin dash. I gotta be decisive because I'm running out of air. I'm gonna have to do this again. Alright, I gotta hurry. Oh, alright. 113 rings. I was very close. Shield karma. Shield karma indeed. Now the third Bruno was under the impression that you can't drown if you have a shield. Yeah, so what's happening with that is that starting in Sonic 3, the bubble shield does, give you infinite air underwater, but it's only the bubble shield. Yeah, this game has the same vanilla shield from Sonic 1, which doesn't have any elemental properties, Oh, I should have known that was going to happen. Dude, literally, I said the words aloud. Wow, over 40k points already. I'm going to do good on this wager. And look at me now. What's funny is that I can't run out of lives because this is Origins and I have 999 coins. And the fact that I have 999 coins is actually irrelevant because you don't lose a coin when you die in this. Yeah, Koyao, much like me, thinks it's lame that you can get crushed like that. Yeah, I think it doesn't make sense. Geometrically, almost gets crushed again in the same way. And I finally mastered the boss of Chemical Plant Act 2. So I'm bummed that I'm not going to carry 100 rings to the boss. But I shall overcome. I always have a bad time in Stupid Aquatic Ruin. It's always the damn bugs when they launch me out of the water. The upward spring. This is, I think, near the boss, right? Always love getting across that with no issues. Watch out for the flipping panels. Seven hits, Alex, is not enough. You need 8. I was going for the 8, but I missed. Third Bruno expects me to win, but you'll give this wager a semblance of validity with a generous 30 points. JJ likes that exchange of emotions. Mirror mode, you never know what's going to happen. Wow, I didn't realize there was a water level rising mechanic in this area. I thought it was just the water is what it is. Dude, I can't get the job done. Yeah, I definitely think a taunt is deserved at this time, courtesy of Javid.
Mosquitoes and Knuckles ruining your evening outdoors. Hard Knuckles getting in your house. LED light draws Knuckles in from a wide area. And the sap light kills on contact.
This is a high roller we got on our hands, people.
Even more annoying than Knuckles outside your house is when Knuckles get inside your house. The zap light can get the Knuckles inside your house before they get you.
Dude, and the thing exploded just as Ivo exploded. That was all intentional. Gets hit, gets knocked off. Same old story. The perennial error. JJ says, safe to say, if it was racing week, if JJ was racing against me this week, you'd be winning. You would say that, Mr. Hypothetical. You never know. Live on the air, mirror mode, anything can happen. Choke on Sonic CD. Yeah, there's choke potential for mirror gameplay. JJ enjoyed the timing of that one, which brings us into our next top story. All right, it's time for me to tear into Nintendo. Brace yourselves. Furukawa's tweet came out, and it was the most clumsy, awkward, just not worthy of such a big announcement press release that I have ever seen. Hey, Auto Yeah's in the house, and that was Auto Yeah's favorite time. What's up, Auto Yeah? So yeah, the big Nintendo tweet came out, right? And to announce this on Twitter, I just find that to be so unceremonious. It's fine if you'd like to, also put it on Twitter, but for Twitter to be the main delivery system where the announcement lives, you're really trying to help Elon Musk that much? Whatever. Okay, but a lot to unpack. First, he says, this is Furukawa. Now, what a little... That's Miyamoto's thing. I don't know if that started recently. But Miyamoto says that, right? When he pops in to make a movie announcement, he says, this is Miyamoto. And it's kind of quirky and a little odd, but now Furukawa wants to do it too. But alright. What else? JJ says this is a good tweet. And yes, feel free to challenge me, disagree, everyone. JJ says it is unceremonious, but it wasn't made exclusively on Twitter. It's telling us to temper our expectation. So where was the primary avenue for delivering the tweet? Okay. I have to give them a hard time for the wording of it. I just think this is so clumsy and just... It's a little bit discourteous to fans, especially kids. Like, I really am just annoyed to imagine elementary school kids, around the world, sharing the exciting news on the playground, and they're like, oh, that means they're going to make an announcement of it during this fiscal year. And then the kids are like, what is fiscal? And then they have to bring out their smartphones to even look. Like, to say fiscal year is the most unmagical, uninspired thing. They're going about it in such a businessy, soulless way. What's it called? The last sentence of it is, yeah, we're going to have a direct in June, but please be aware that the Nintendo Switch successor will not be announced at that, right? Please be aware. It's hard to put into words, but there's something so sterile about that. The saying like, listen, I know you're excited and hyped because we've been jerking you around with the prospect of this announcement for like ever. But please be aware, I don't want to get any complaints come Nintendo Direct. We will not be announcing the successor. Wow, sounds like Auto Yeah has been enjoying some Pizza Tower. There's been plenty of discussion for that. What's it called? Yeah, Javid says, Twitter/press release is perfect for the announcement of an announcement. Yeah, I guess I don't know what the announcement should have been. I don't know. Maybe, a YouTube video. So I was also a little confused about that. I was also frustrated. And look, I'll take the thing. I hope it's not offensive that I put the dunce hat on his head. But it's weird. I'm in a strange position with the Switch 2, where it's like, I better beat this boss. I'm in a weird position with the Switch 2, where personally, I'm not super hyped for it, I don't see myself buying it on when it comes out, like the first year. It would all... Oh, I forgot that it's got the faster hammer hit in Origins. There would need to be an incredible killer app to get my purchase in the first year. So my frustration with Nintendo is less about me writhing around in the agony of wondering what's next, but like, you guys probably don't want me to be a white knight in shining satin armor or anything, but I know that many people here and many people throughout the Sonic community, video game community, are like really hyped for the Switch 2. And, you know, for fans to be kind of indirectly punished for supporting the system. And even the fact that the tweet says, it has been 9 years since we announced the existence of the Switch. Like, to say 9 years, that's almost not a good thing. Because, like, obviously, it's really good from a console success perspective, right? To have, a console that goes nearly a decade. Like, that's a massive success, to be sure. But, like... Let me catch up with chat. Yeah. Koyao says, you guess just shows that this is a businessman and not a marketer. And so, yeah, definitely that. I just don't understand why the Nintendo company doesn't have the basic things in place to have a marketer announce it instead of the guy at the top who has no idea what he's doing in terms of public perception. Javid had pointed out that this was announced during the quarterly financial reports, so it's literally not for entertainment purposes, purely for the shareholders. Yeah, but they knew full well that this would be received and seen by all gamers everywhere, right? So I get that it was only targeting like the investors, but Nintendo knew full well that this would be something that all gamers would pay a ton of attention to. JJ says they haven't, the press, been jerking us around. Nintendo are doing their PR job here to settle all the speculation and rumors. Otto, yeah, is holding out hope for ring racers. Don't hold your breath. Let's see here. Vector Sater doesn't buy consoles for games anymore. Already got burned by that. Yeah, and Koyao says, it makes it sound like customers have been waiting for a long time. That's the thing. Like, that's, such a business-related angle that it's just so tone-deaf. Right? The beating heart of the Nintendo Switch is gamers. So to go out of your way to present it in such a soulless, it's almost like the Switch is secondary. And what's primary? Profit margins. Yeah, to boast about the 9-year period like that, what is a win for the company is kind of a loss for the gamer. Because it just means that, right, you get a new console and you get the next 3D Mario game. But when your console lasts 10 years, you have to wait 10 years for the next Mario game. Such a good song. Third Bruno says, that's corporations for you. Achieving excellence when necessary and affording as much mediocrity as possible otherwise. Now, we're definitely going to touch upon that a little later. I don't want to spoil it. Elmarian's vibing with hot dogs. What, these burgers? Dude, the burgers made an exciting appearance in Ring Racers, right? Autoyak can tell you all about that. Javid thinks they'll do the same thing with the Switch that they did, which is, of course, the timeline of teasing it in October, full reveal in January, release in March. Okay, Elmarian's mom used to say these things look like hot dogs. Yeah, I can definitely see the hot dog kind of angle as well. I gotta wonder what they are officially are. Like, what does Sonic Team say these burgers are, actually? Koyal likes Carnival Night a bit better, but Casino Night's vibe is an absolute bliss. It really is. Yeah, gameplay-wise, I do like Carnival Night better, but as far as atmosphere and personality, Casino Night is peak Sonic. Highly influential. Now, another thing was that in that tweet, they just called it a Switch successor. And I thought to myself, what a horribly imprecise term to use, because I think a lot of people saw that up front and they were like, oh, so it's definitely like a Switch 2. It's not like a new thing. But that successor just means, right, the Wii is the successor to the GameCube. All it means is that the console came out, this one and then that one. However, they have since, like, clarified in a shareholder phone call or something, Furukawa or someone high up there explicitly said that the successor to the Switch, that the best way to think of it is that it is Switch next model. Now that's a massive detail and a massive announcement, and it just happens to indirectly make it to gamers' attention through a meeting that's not even meant for it's like for right. That's like one of the biggest, exciting mysteries about what's on the horizon is this going to be another Switch Deluxe, or is it going to be a totally different thing? And now we know for sure that it's going to be a Deluxe Switch. I'm sure it will have games that only run, if I'm going to call it Super Switch. From all the indicators, it seems like it's going to be a Super Switch, and, you'll need a Super Switch to play Super Switch exclusives.
And they're off.
Look at that. 5 foot bump. Come on, Fly. Come on, baby. Go. Come on, ahead.
Yeah, time to place your bets. If you haven't, you only have like a minute left. Yeah, so honestly, my opinion, I think that's a solid idea. For this to be, a Nintendo Switch type of device, but it'll have much better hardware specs, and it makes me wonder if they're going to do cross-platform releases too. Games, kind of like how when Twilight Princess came out initially, there was the Wii version and the GameCube version. Would they release a Switch 1 version of Metroid Prime 4? Or would it only be a Super Switch exclusive? Alright, Sonic 2 wagers are won and lost on this boss. So let me bring my A game. No spin dashing. Just momentum. Now, this is a technique I've never used. Yeah, okay. All right. So, I should have known that. I think that's the way it works. In classic Sonic 2, you cannot chain hits. It's very strange that, like, Chemical Plant Boss, you saw me get 8 hits in a row. But not on this boss. Maybe it would be too easy, so they made it that way. But it's not like the Chemical Plant bosses. It is kind of too easy once you chain hits. So it's a little bit strange that it's inconsistent like that. Now, Elmarian wonders if you heard a drop dash sound. And yeah, I might have accidentally done a drop dash, but that is in this game, right? Yep. Alright, yeah, who is it? Super Rayman confirms that you can't do those chain hits in the original Sonic 2. That was my mistake. JJ says that people who have paid attention to Nintendo for a decade, this will come as no surprise. Nintendo have made it clear what their strategy was since the Wii U failed. Now, JJ says, of course they will. What's that? Release cross-generation versions? Nintendo standardizing their console model to be like their competitors. And they future-proofed their engines for forward compatibility. Yeah, I do agree that that's a great idea and the way to go. And then I don't know if there's anything confirmed one way or the other through investor chats or whatever about, it's one thing to be backwards compatible, but could it also, enhance Switch 1 games? Could I play... No, I had one job. Avoid those spikes. Could I play Super Mario Odyssey with a higher resolution or something like that? Wow, Sam says the Wii version of Twilight Princess came out first, was it? That's surprising. I would have thought it'd been the same damn day. Wow, Elmarian went all in on this wager with a 6,000 point bet. That's a lot of points. Let's see if it pays off. Oh no. Oh, why didn't it? That was weird. There was that wall above the jumping area preventing me from going in. Yes. JJ says Digital Foundry have looked into this as far as the enhancing existing Switch games. It's pretty cool. And yeah, Elmarian, as far as it being an invisible wall, I could actually see a panel that was like a different tile. I'm just surprised I never really noticed that in the past. Oh boy. Alright, Poison Panache. Alright, I've ranted about the Switch 2 enough. How about the next bit? This. Alright, my main man Knuckles. And yeah, by all means, we can still talk about the Switch and all, but I might as well put up the stat that the Knuckles show... I mean, oh boy. I don't really know how to put 4 million hours of watch time in context. And Paramount Plus has been touting this as, the most successful... Aw, what? I shouldn't have been looking at chat. That's a freaking... Because now I got a full bill of health. It's kind of cheating. I should maybe lose my rings once I get back to that point. I'm not going to abuse this system or anything. I was walking into that room, and I knew that the lava was rising, but then why did I get crushed? Was the room collapsing? Elmarian would taunt if you had the points. Yeah, JJ is saying you're guessing non-Sonic fans like it, but Sonic fans hate it. And there's more normal people than Sonic fans. Oh yeah, the Knuckles series. Yeah, I've seen plenty of positive reception to the Knuckles series. You know, even by some Sonic fans. Yeah, this prevented me from going. There was a wall. I don't know what happened. That was the spot, though. Yeah, so, I mean, if I have issues with the overall approach of the Knuckles series, listen, it's one of those things where even if I don't love it myself, at least it's having a positive effect on, you know, just general awareness of Sonic, because the other stat you see on the screen is that there's been a 278% bump on just other Sonic stuff that's available to stream. So listen. I guess I'm also not surprised that there's a fair amount of positive reception to the Knuckles show. Because there was positive reception to Sonic Movie 2. and you recruit Jim Carrey. Alright, I guess I gotta lose these rings. Alright, game on. Back in business. Yeah, that wall is collapsing, isn't it? Go into Hilltop Zone. Alright, can I go back down and get the rings in the loop-de-loop, man? Is it in my interests? Yeah, points in those blocks. JJ says Shafrilla's Productions is a person who's not a Sonic fan, but he reviewed it and said, "Is this really the worst piece of Sonic media ever? Really?" And then JJ scooped in with Sonic R as a punchline. Listen, I plan to stream Sonic R. We have lots of Sonic R apologists here at the Zone, which includes Subsonic Sparkle. I believe also Dono Deluxe. Vector Sater unironically thought the wedding revenge plot was hilarious, and thus Sonic Movie 2 worked for Vector Sater. And yeah, I've already decried my complaints with Sonic Movie 2 plenty on stream. That being said, Vector thinks that he would be bored by the Knuckles series. Like, I guess my main concern about the Knuckles series' success, as good as it is for raising awareness of Sonic stuff, the problem is that to do, you know, a bait and switch where there's an entire episode with no Knuckles, and even then there's lots of emphasis on the human characters throughout, it's like the Paramount is now going to be like, oh, okay, we can get away with this. We can do inexpensive live-action content with the Sonic name on it, and we're going to continue to have happy customers, paid subscribers. See that accidental drop dash? I got to pay attention to what I'm doing these stupid set pieces. I don't want to get crushed again, and I definitely need these rings badly. Dude. So yeah, let the Knuckles era continue. This could be a pivotal act. I'm gonna break 100,000. But yeah, I saw Noah Copeland, creator of Triple Trouble 16-Bit. His take on the Knuckles series was, I have no idea what the hell I just watched, but I loved it. Alright, boss time. And then I'm going to look at what Vector said. Three hits per pass. Two hits. Say goodbye to Eggman. Vector Sater says it doesn't even raise awareness of Sonic stuff, since almost none of it is in the spirit of Knuckles' lore. And even stuff like Iblis looks like generic stuff out of context. Yeah, if the Knuckles series itself doesn't really provide a meaningful glimpse at like a lot of cool and good Sonic stuff, it at least it's like, okay, Idris Elba generates some interest, and the fact that it is, you know, in the wake of the series coming out, that there's been such a big uptick in viewership on other Sonic stuff, it's just a way to get Sonic back in the headlines in a major way, even if the Knuckles series is sorely lacking in accurate Iblis lore. But yeah, having Knuckles sit there at a dinner table, talking. My worst dreams come true. Suburban dinner table. I'll stop now. Spiky slidey logs, watch out. An AMC. Badnik points, 100 to be exact. Can a Hedgehog? Is it beneficial to come up here? Whole lot of logs. I got a whole lot of logs. Jabbit wonders if Hidden Palace is on the table for this wager. And no, it's not. Can I... Was it hitting the Badnik that triggered that thing? Yeah, Hidden Palace... I'm not really... I've only played it once, so I don't even have that boss mastered. That would also... correct me if I'm wrong, I think if I went to this game's Hidden Palace... secret entrance here in Mystic Cave Zone, that I wouldn't even fight the regular boss of Mystic Cave. And what's Sonic 2 without the drill boss of Mystic Cave? Now, JJ says, do we really want... Oh, hey, what's up, Polar Wildcat Studios? Oh, and then we have Toaster Bread over on YouTube. What a crew we got. JJ says, do we really want an accurate lore with Iblis and the Flames of Disaster when Sonic 06 is the way it is? I guess I'm not our resident Sonic 06 lore expert, so I don't know. I enjoy watching Sonic 06 cutscenes, even if I really don't have a huge grasp of what's even going on in that game. JJ said, Some Call Me Johnny, had you stop and think about that in his... Yeah, and I was listening to Some Call Me Johnny's review earlier today, gritting my teeth to the best of my ability through his plot summaries. I could use another bit. Check this out. Tomoya Otani has got a question for all you fellow kids. Does anyone know of a good punk alternative clothing store in Paris, right? Sends a global tweet asking for recommendations for a store in Paris so that he can look cool and look punk rock. I don't know. I think if you solicit for worldwide suggestions of where to buy clothes, that you're no longer representing punk rock the way Steve Buscemi does. But I believe Tomoya Otani was in France for a symphony show, and he wanted to represent the punk lifestyle. Vector says that the Iblis lore was genuinely interesting. TV series is an interesting medium to explore and expand on it. Yeah, for sure. But I think all they really did was a throwaway bit. Like, does Knuckles not even fight Iblis? Oh boy. In Sonic 06, is that kind of like a retcon of sorts? Alright, that was a throwaway bit. with the Otani thing, so let's go to the next one. Yeah. We'll get to that later. For now, yeah, Livestream says thoughts on the Knuckles show. Yeah, we've been talking about it plenty. We watched the premiere last week on stream, which that live stream where we watched the Knuckles series premiere, that was my most watched VOD by a big margin of recent streams. So I should watch copyrighted content with you guys together on stream more often. I'm just kidding, man. I was comfortable doing that for the Knuckles series premiere for the simple fact that they put it on YouTube, and yeah, it has ads on YouTube that obviously didn't come into play when I was watching it here on Twitch, but you know, the fact that they would give it away for free on YouTube, it's like a commercial. They want to hook you in with the first episode, because the first episode, you know, compared to all the other episodes, has, you know, a fair amount of action, interesting sequences, in the scheme of things anyway. Okay, Vector Sater has the lore confirmation that only Blaze and Silver ever fight Iblis. So Chief Pachacamac is trying to, you know, get Wade acquainted with Knuckles' history. It's not even things that happen to Knuckles. What's the point? Toaster Brains is in the house. Glad you caught a stream. You just discovered my YouTube channel and you're hooked. I really appreciate that. Was it the Music Theory channel that you discovered? Or the Alex Yard Adventure? Because I saw the Toaster Bread. Maybe that's also you over on YouTube. On Alex Yard Adventure. But yeah, I did do a community post on YouTube today. Just letting people know. Oh boy. Time to focus. Three hits down. Dude, 155 rings. I am primed for success, people. When was the last time this happened? Alright, it was indeed the Music Theory channel, says Toaster Brains. Yup. Yeah, I have the chat feed open on YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, JJ says, if anything, the Adventure channel is just bringing more peeps here. And yeah, that's really awesome if that's what's happening. And I was so jazzed. I was not expecting to log into the Alex Yard Adventure channel page today, the dashboard, and see that the 25% of Sonic 3 video is, like, doing, like, the, you know, it always gives you the report of the last 48 hours, and it's at, like, 4,000. Which is, that's also kind of the general range of what the Mario Music Theory video has been doing. Elmarian says, certified boned, in that I'm about 10,000 points away. Oh, wait, no. That's it. I won. Wow. In my head, I thought it was 150, but it was 140. Are you guys proud of me? Well, I gotta make sure I don't get a game over, and I only have 999 coins remaining, so. Yeah, so Koyao is pointing out that, like, yeah, because, damn it, because Origins doesn't have a life counter because of the coins, yeah, I don't want to make a clause mid-race, but yeah, you can thank Sega for delisting, you know, the standalone Sonic 2. so that now, right now, technically, if the new generation of kids wants to experience Sonic 2, Origins is the official, right? This is Sonic 2 now. This is the only one that's available. What the hell just happened? And Javid wonders, is the cool bonus in this version? No. The reason this is not having the Phantom Cool bonus that Sonic 3 Origins does is because in Origins, Sonic 1 and 2 version that's in here is the Christian Whitehead mobile port, which was made in like the early 2010s. What happened next was in 2017 when Christian Whitehead made Sonic Mania. And then it was specifically the Sonic Mania engine that was the basis for Sonic 3 in Origins. So that is the explanation for why the cool bonus was kind of carried over. Much to my infinite chagrin. And check it out, Third Bruno has subscribed, going on 4 months. Wow, and this is the first time, I'm really flattered and honored, Third Bruno, you're saying this is the first time you spent your own money, you know, on a content creator. Today's a good day. I really thank you so much, Third Bruno. It means the world to me that you would support in a direct and major way like that. And the fact that I'm the first ever that you've done that for, it's a big honor. So thank you so much, Third Bruno. To many more streams and many more VGM requests. Yeah, and I apologize, Koyao, for the, the fact that this is Origins. So yeah, if you placed a bet kind of thinking that a level such as Metropolis would shave away a lot of my lives, I do apologize. Eevee Boy is in the house. What's up, Eevee Boy? Saying Episode 6 has the most action. And then you're also wondering about a test stream last night. Wow, if there was a test stream last night, that would be news to me. So I'm half nervous to ask Eevee Boy, where did you see a test stream pop up? Alright, thanks for being so understanding, Koyo. Got a notification that I went live, huh? And hello, Melhan over on YouTube. Welcome to Mirror Mode. Serious Sam laments the loss of points. Yeah, and then, yeah. Test streams, chill streams, unlisted streams. Yeah, the fact of the matter is they do pose a threat to watch streaks. But I had like a 2-hour meeting with my business manager, deciding like, is it worth it to preserve everyone's streaks, but at the cost of never doing impromptu streams, chill streams, late streams? And that would also mean I can't do test streams. Javid speculates that maybe my ostrich got into my account to cause some mischief. Now that I have the points that I need, I can play more swiftly, leading to exciting gameplay moments. Third Bruno didn't expect his side of the equation to win. That's why he only bet 30 points. Yeah, and you just had the song request the other day, right? So you're probably fairly low on points at the moment. Dude, Melhan making the migration from YouTube to Twitch. How's it going, Melhan? Welcome to the Twitch side of things. Yeah, the Twitch side of things, it's definitely great to have the YouTube reach, but Twitch is where the majority of the chatters are, and it is currently the only place that you can place a bet, a wager. Now, JJ, of course, has betting, I believe, on both sides Twitch and YouTube. Is that two total? It's got to be totally separate, you know, economies of points, right? Yeah, JJ makes a great point. Yeah, now that we're simulcasting on YouTube, I do think, yeah, it would make perfect sense and be a clear indicator to put the Twitch logo on screen in the watermark. Not a bad idea. Yeah, Javid says in future wagers... Yeah, Javid says, you know, it's not that Javid thought that I would get a game over, but in future wagers, yeah, there should be some kind of penalty in place for repeated deaths. And yeah, I guess because it's mirror mode, I was a little bit more willing to give myself a free pass for deaths. Whereas, yeah, I'm much more open to having a death clause in the original versions of the game that I've, you know, hyper-mastered for the most part. Sam says there's a streamer playing A Hat in Time. Is that a rare enough event that it's kind of a big deal? Does that game not get streamed super often? Oh, I love when you get an extra life due to the points that you get from beating a boss. Very satisfying. Alright, Sam confirms. For someone to stream Hat in Time is kind of a rarity. Alright, JJ confirms that your points economy is split between 2 platforms. And when JJ finally reaches affiliate, he's going to get rid of the old Twitch points system in favor of the built-in one that I use. Wait, what's the old Twitch point system? It's nice not having to chase down rings. I get to do what we in the biz call a Metropolis victory lap. In that I get to go through Metropolis, being like, haha, Metropolis, I don't have to suffer your cheap bullcrap today because me losing rings is not a problem. Doo-doo-doo. Crab301 is in the house, wondering, what's my opinion on glitched Sonic speedruns? What an interesting question, because I definitely have an opinion on that. I personally have no interest in them. Like, I could maybe have curiosity to, like, look at some YouTube videos here and there, but I have zero interest in doing it myself. And I almost kind of half discourage people from not investing too much into it. Because, to me, a glitch speedrun is about as interesting as someone, you know, an elementary school kid, or just an average height person, you know, being like, look, I can do a slam dunk like the pros in the NBA, if I go get a ladder and then I climb up it. Like, you're exploiting the game in a way that's just kind of cheating. So, I personally have no interest in it. It is kind of a curiosity just to see creative ways that people break the game. But I'd be lying if I said there wasn't a tiny bit of sadness in my heart that so much attention is invested, attention and effort invested into, like, how can I just cheat the game, skip as much content as possible. And sorry if my opinion is a buzzkill, but it's because I'm a fierce defender of the art of video games, and so much is lost, so much is skipped and brute forced, bypassed when you glitch. I mean, just ask JJ. JJ says that as a game dev, because of course JJ is the famous renowned developer of another Sonic 2 remake, Assure the Glitch, and this other secret project that you don't know about yet, because I don't know about it either, it's not real. But JJ says, as a game dev, seeing your favorite games being exploited is rather upsetting. And that's because, you know, yeah, it would be the same thing if someone was going to play a game of football against another team, but they were going to wear jetpacks to fly over the other team. It's like, we set up all these rules, you know, for a reason, to make it a balanced experience. And by glitching the game, you totally skew all the balance and logic. Whoa, what's happening to our hood? Toaster Brain's view is that beating a game first, before considering it for funny any percent. In other words, you prefer to, you know, play through the game in a traditional aspect, and then after, you know, getting the baseline experience, then you can experiment with glitches and whatnot. JJ says, wait, I told you about my third Sonic game in development? You didn't tell me until just now. Haha. EB Boy agrees with me. You don't like... Okay, so EB Boy's take is that you don't like glitched content, you know, if they've never played the game, right? If you get a game and in your first hour of it, you're just looking for different skips to do, yeah, that plays into like a shortcut to a feeling of accomplishment. Dude, you see how I dispatched that crab guy? Yeah, EB Boy tweaking that analogy to be football practice alone with a jetpack. Yeah, I'm gonna practice running up and down the field, but I'm gonna have a jetpack boosting me around. Look how fast I improved my times. Well, you weren't playing football. Where is this? Mirror mode is wacky. Crab says, interesting. You're asking because you speedrun Sonic games yourself and is curious if you judge. Judge is a harsh word, and like I said, whoa, I was not supposed to survive that crush, was I? Yeah, it's... The fact of the matter is, if someone is going to, you know, do glitch speedruns on a regular basis, right? If you are having a good time and you're enjoying yourself, that's the most important thing. Nothing I say should take away from that. It's just like, for example, when I have people come into my Discord server and they're looking for big high fives from me because look at this new way I found to exploit the game and optimize this, right? That I feel like I'm being a bad friend if I offer congratulations for that, if that makes sense. I would much rather cheerlead someone who's, you know, really trying to get better at, you know, the dynamic reactions to situations rather than just memorizing, you know, an unchanging set of glitches to execute. Glitches that test a very emergent and arbitrary set of skills. I want to see what the third Bruno said. Oh, wow, and we have Jachi over on YouTube saying, Omega Sonic Music Guy, hello. I guess I'm the Omega Sonic Music Guy. Just B over on YouTube was saying, with the same mindset, learning how games can be broken is another way of learning how games can be reworked and improved upon. Yeah, and I'm sorry if I skipped over what JJ said before about, can't remember if I responded to it, about how it's heartbreaking for JJ, to work so hard on all the finer points of design in a game, making sure it's balanced and rewarding and all, and then you give it to a playtester, and they start experimenting with it, and they're just finding ways to, avoid anything that requires effort. Just B is talking about canceling in Smash Brothers Melee. Is that like canceling an attack in progress? You're saying some of the most impressive and complex aspects of Melee as a whole? Oh, and then L canceling. Yeah, what is L canceling? Today I'm going to learn what L canceling is in Smash Brothers. L canceling. Today I'm going to learn. Burster MA is over on YouTube too, and finds this discussion interesting, as do I. Okay, so yeah, JJ says, JJ loves watching glitch videos to learn how to stop such issues in future games. Interesting that Toaster Brain says Melee is a good example of, a good case for glitches that might as well be features. I guess I didn't know about L cancels. Vector Sater says it depends on the game and the glitch. You usually ignore glitch Sonic runs because of zipping. However, Vector Sater will watch a glitch DKC2 run. Crab says glitches are muscle memory, and they require hundreds of hours to be able to execute, which can be called skill, I assume. So yeah, I hate to pop a balloon of enthusiasm, but I think it's literally the opposite of skill. It's just as long as you keep trying and just keep perfecting, right? Because you're just doing it as long as it takes to commit it to memory. Exactly what you said. Commit it to muscle memory. That's more about persistence. And I heard, in the classic men versus women debate, which I'm not going to open up a controversial topic. I'm just going to say this, drawing a direct similarity to what we're talking about here. Sometimes when you talk about like the dating world, it has been said that the guy has to do all the work. The guy has to be the guy who, opens the conversation, asks the girl out, pays, right? The guy has to do all the work. The woman is in a more passive wait-and-see role. Okay, now women have tried to turn around and say, whoa, you think men have to do all the work? Do you know how long we have to spend putting on makeup and all this fancy right? Like that. That's not work. Anyone could sit in their bathroom for 3 hours applying paint on their face. All that requires to win is just not giving up, spending the time. Whereas, to master the art of conversation, confidence, timing, comedic talents, that's not something that you're guaranteed to win at if you sit in your bathroom for 3 hours. Toaster Brains got the shout out for games done quick. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying about committing muscle memory glitches, right? That's something that all you really need to do is just keep doing it for long enough. I guess the reason why it doesn't really impress me at all is because if you then, let's say you spent 500 hours and you committed that to muscle memory, now you can do it reliably, but if you were to be then put in new levels with new situations, you are now helplessly ineffective. Right? You are now at square one. Right? The fact that you can be brought to your knees and stagnate if there are literally any new factors introduced into the equation, that's why I'm talking. It's not really a skill so much as it is persisting to commit something to memory. Right? It's the difference between memorization versus like action and reaction. JJ's getting hyped up for a date on the horizon. Vector Sater's got a write-up. Alright. Vector's got the L canceling. Their techniques for reducing recovery frames when landing for a jump. Okay, so is that like... It gets you back in the action. It will end that animation quicker. But is it kind of generally understood that it was not necessarily intended, but it's something that people notice that, hey, you can end this animation quicker by pressing this or that? Dude, the mirror mode blades often mess me up, but I got through this time. Catching up with the L canceling talk. Just B says, exactly. Sometimes glitches can lead to new and exciting opportunities for game development. Quite a few games incorporated early stage glitches into fleshed out game mechanics. Now, it has been speculated, speaking about Donkey Kong Country 2 and also 1, you know how in those games, when you are jumping off of an edge, if you are running off an edge, there's almost, I think that there's kind of this mechanic in Super Mario Wonder where there's almost this invisible platform extending off every edge where even though you've stepped off the edge and you're technically airborne, you still do have a decent amount of frames where you can still jump, even though physics-wise it doesn't really make sense because you're not on the ground anymore. Like, I've heard people speculate that something like that was maybe an early glitch or oversight, but then they were like, no, this actually kind of works as its own thing. Let's give a little bit of a grace period after leaving the edge that you can jump. Yeah, I really appreciate that, Toaster Brains, saying it's been real. Even if we disagree on some points, sing like a chill dude. I really appreciate that. I always aspire to have an open-minded conversation. And yeah, you'll find out more often than not that, I'm someone who's not necessarily going to share the majority opinion. But I love testing the validity of my ideas by you guys, bringing forward your opinions. So yeah, I appreciate the keep being awesome commendations, Toaster Brains. And I'm so glad you popped in. Crab says there's lots of different scenarios that can happen throughout the run, and you have to think fast and make decisions. So, Crab, I guess which game are you talking about? Like, traditional Sonic games? Because my understanding was that Sonic games work in a way that they will always have predictable variables like that. Because, the timing of enemy placement is dependent on when you enter the area. And that's why it was so controversial when Origins came out. Oh god. Because Origins is inconsistent in the way that badniks will pop up at the wrong time. So, there's a classic example of getting pelted by a spike ball. In Carnival Night because it comes too late or too soon or whatever it is. Like when I play Sonic 3, there are certain things that are just reliable. And I can rely on muscle memory to an extent. But yeah, Crab, I definitely believe you that whichever game you might be talking about could have different situations that might happen. Like, I think Sonic CD at least has some things that are set on an ultimate timer that's going on whether you activate it or not. Like maybe platforms and Wacky Workbench. The timing of them is not based on when you get to the area. It's just a timer that starts as soon as you start playing. Vector Sater commending JJ on the date. And then JJ is wondering if the background sounds different. Are you wearing your rose-colored glasses? Yeah, EB Boy says the red in the background seems a little off. I wonder why. Because, yeah, this isn't even going through my capture card. EB Boy had said, speedruns inherently are muscle memory. I disagree. Why do I disagree? Because I have intentionally structured my speedruns here on streams that I have a whole bunch in the rotation. And the next time that I speedrun against JJ in Sonic 1, like, I don't really have Sonic 1 memorized. Sonic 3 standalone is really the only game that I have played so much that I do have a solid amount of the game memorized, borderline muscle memory. But I love the idea that, like, next week, if I wanted to, I could do a speed run of Knuckles Chaotix. I have not played the game in months, but I can still do a speed run of it, you know, without practicing or, you know, committing certain moments to memory. Okay, Ed Boy is talking about top speed runs. Yeah, top speed runs. Yeah, that's largely what we're talking about. Mostly a big memory component. EB Boy says, people who play hours on end for the perfect times, that's in line. Yeah, so if there's almost a couple different things going on. Uh-oh, no rings. Get rings. Yay. Oh god, loses rings. Yeah. When you think about speedrunners that just... When you look at glitch speedrunners and no glitch speedrunners, yeah, at the highest level, a lot of it is going to come down to memorization. The only difference is the glitch stuff is, you know, skipping content, whereas non-glitch, you're playing the full structure of the game. Crab says Wacky Workbench is a great example. If you bounce from the surface, you have to make a decision and take different path. Uh-oh. You run CD, though? Yeah, I mean, if you... having spoken with a few Sonic CD speedrunners, I mean, I think even bouncing on the bench is something that can be practiced and perfected. Is it maybe that just the bench is a little harder to, like, reliably get the angle that you want with perfect precision? But I would think that the average CD speedrunner, you know, would be able to get the bench to get them where they need to go reliably. Am I going backwards, yo? Oh yeah, did I take the shortcut? So I have to go right. I'm getting tripped up by mirror mode. Big surprise. That's definitely worth a taunt from JJ. Sad state of affairs. Super Rayman says, definitely a bad way to start the wager, and I cannot disagree. Oh yeah, did I forget the special stage? Oh, did I miss the special stage ring? I forgot the special ring. Did I forget the thing? God damn it. I've never, honestly, myself, ever really played Sonic games. With each missed ring, you know, I get less and less precise with what I call it. Like the third one, I'm like, oh, did I miss the special ring? And then, I think I missed the thing. Best taunt, says JJ. It's a classic one. EB Boy says, okay, that one was funny. Which lets you know what EB Boy thinks of the rest of them. I'm just kidding, man. But, whatever you think is fine. I have thick skin. You can't be a content creator you know, with thin skin. You can, but it's a recipe for disaster. I'm so secure in my content creatorship that I have no qualms telling you a comment that I got yesterday on the new music theory video. Dude, it was, you know, it takes the cake as the newest, most nasty, hateful comment I've ever gotten. Ready for this? The comment was, delete your Patreon. Cringy. And then it had the skull emoji. And I grabbed that and I put that on my wall of, you know, the classic hater, right? You can't succeed without haters. So to get a massive detractor now and again, it just means I'm doing something right. Because he wants to tear me down. He can't accept the fact that I get $250 a month through Patreon. That's what the planet Earth has decided, you know, is going to affirm the value of the channel. But no, he wants me to delete it. Incredible, says Livestream. Yeah, EB Boy says, there's certain tells you can notice when it comes to online comments that let you know how old they are. Except that T. Lopes uses emotes and emoticons and emojis as a regular aspect of his normal, everyday communications. It wasn't T. Lopes that left the comment, but... JJ loves getting old, cringe accusation comments on some of his old YouTube poops. And the third Bruno had wondered, who makes these taunts? Those are performed, edited, and published by Alex Yard. It's all me. JJ says it's common for neurodivergent people to use emojis. But yeah, just be, if you're still with us over on YouTube, you say, I have to really hustle with this boss because some hits are unavoidable. But yeah, just be, if you're still here, glad you enjoyed the convo. And I appreciate the mirror mode well wishes. I knew that was going to happen. Zaxter is in the house. How much have you missed? You missed Emerald Hill, Chemical Plant, followed by Aquatic... you thought I was going to list all the levels. Hello there, Denizen of Light. But yeah, Zaxter, Shadow happened. Sonic 2 is about to wrap up. And then we're going to do a video game song request, followed by... I'm going to do a live reaction to a critical essay about Sonic Heroes, my most beloved, favoritist 3D Sonic game. Dude, took care of him. Shadow was awesome, though. I collected all the optical discs per the assignment that Charmy received from Vector. Oh yeah, Zaxter is curious. How much of the stream have you missed? Well, I started at 4 p.m. and it's coming on 7. So upwards of 3 hours. Third Bruno, as a kid, imagined a Sonic Heroes / Pac-Man World 2 crossover of all things. Your mind was wild. So would it be like, what was I gonna say? Would it be Sonic Heroes mechanics of being able to switch characters, but you could switch between Pac-Man, Inky, and Tom Wachowski? Dies on first attempt. EB Boy says, Alex, so you're saying that if I make a video on YouTube, you could potentially get on the zone? It's absolutely possible. I should have gotten 2 hits. Koyao says, at least you can have Sonic and Pac-Man together in Smash. One more hit, man. Final boss. Third Bruno says, not quite. If only your imagination was that developed back then. Alright, first attempt. Super success. Now, let me just check. Did anyone get the song request for today? I guess not. Right? Now, no one has called attention to this, but the VGM request is actually a little bit discounted. There, I said it. Now you're going to go find out what the discounted price is. Third Bruno once did this entire act in under 2 minutes, after dying countless times. You beat this Death Egg robot, this whole thing in 2 minutes? Hot damn. I still use safe baby methods. Alright, I'm going to start, I think, in my Sonic 2 career. I'm going to, now make it a regular feature to, get that extra hit in right after he launches his spike hands. Because this always takes me way too long. Crab says you actually can kill this boss in 1 cycle, but it's very tough. I absolutely believe you. Big Value Song Request certifies Koyao. Say that again. Not much room to go. It's so easy to get that hit, and to think that I have been not doing that for 30 flippin' years. Mirror mode, I tried to go to the right. Sam only has under 7,000 points, under 7.7 thousand. Third Bruno turned Mechasonic into a joke by treating him like a spring. What'd you do, get multiple hits all at once? Koyao is ready to strike from the shadows for the song request. Yeah, I say go for it, Koyao. Send it quick. Off he goes now. Javid had said of speedrunning stuff, it depends on the game. Ocarina of Time was developed with speed in mind. Wait, I know Sonic Unleashed was developed with speed in mind, but Ocarina of Time? You're saying a glitchless speedrun would be supremely boring? I mean, that's a game that takes so many hours to beat, right? Nice. Gray Owen swept in. Okay, Javid says it wasn't. Yeah. Right, so a speed run of Ocarina of Time without glitches, yeah, it's not as well conducive to that. So yeah, you know, doing skips in a game like Ocarina of Time, it's certainly interesting and funny, but I don't... Now, Gray Owens, I'm going to type hello in chat. If you click on my name, I believe you should be able to whisper. EB Boy is going to go ahead and give Sonic 2 credit for its difficulty. A nice challenge to put all the lives you've accumulated over the run to the test. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really cool thing about Sonic 1 and 2. That, dude, sometimes I play Sonic 1 on stream and I get a damn game over. It's that hard of a game. Zaxter has a good trick for Heavy Metal Sonic. Is it when you do a spin dash near him so you keep getting hit after hit? Alright, here comes Gray Owen's request. Now, Gray Owens very recently had the amazing request of Mario Artist Polygon Studio, which was one of 3 art-based games for the Nintendo 64 disk drive. That was the day that some people here learned that the Nintendo 64 DD was even a thing. I know the credits music stopped. I'm sorry. It's necessary. Yeah, Gray Owens, hope no one sent this one before. It doesn't ring a bell for me. All right, let me know if this isn't it, because this is an extended version.
What you want?
Just let me know, Gray Owens, if this is not the right one. I appreciate that, Crab. Crab says, love my music theory videos, though. Very interesting to watch. I appreciate that. The outpouring of support since the Mario 64 video came out have been truly affirming and encouraging. All right, does this sound right, Gray Owens? Getting a little more volume. Back to Angel Island, where all is right in the universe. Nice. Vector Sader. Wow, a lot of people record. So Ed-Boy got it first, Time Station. Vector sniffed out the game, and Koyao got the game and the actual place. EB Boy accepts the crown. Congratulations. Sam says, is this on PS1 or PSP? I would guess this is the PS1. Nice. Koyao was thinking of suggesting, wow, this very song sooner or later, or at least this game. Let's go ahead and get some gameplay. We identified the game immediately. Maybe I can find some nice Duck Station emulation. Alright, I found some widescreen 4K 2160 pixels. So we'll at least look at a little bit of this, but then maybe I'll switch over to a video that actually has this level. Alright, Koyao says that you would have done the song Wabi Sabi Wall because some other Yardigan liked Chinese-inspired music. Why? Because JJ requested the Chai Kingdom from Super Mario Land? Yeah, Koyao says that what we're hearing here... Wow, look at the dancing apes. What we're hearing here is one of the best hub themes you ever... Alright, so is this the hub world we're hearing? Yeah, Sam says that the Twitch stream is 720p. So me pulling up a 4K video is useless? Come on, you can at least tell that it's better even if it doesn't have all those thousands of pixels. Koyao says maybe we need a soundtrack of the week here. Wouldn't it be nice to be your patron? I like that little drum beat. It's like da 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 every now and again. Ready? Oh, it's different that time. Gray Owens was considering this for the request, as well as Krabby Beach and Coral Cave, for those in the know. Yeah, I can't say I've ever played one of these games. JJ said, did I ever vibe with Wandering Ghosts or Crystal Teardrop and Symphony Night? No, I probably mentioned that I listened to about 40 minutes of it while just, doing this and that. And it was too baroque and scary for me to vibe with out of context in the game. However, I hereby vow that I will seek out those two exact songs. Let me go ahead and screenshot what you just said. Wandering Ghosts, Crystal Teardrop. Zaxter over on YouTube suggests doing a slow run of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Is that like Cybershell did, the slow run of what, Sonic Adventure, walking as slowly as possible? Sam lets everyone know, a PSA, this game is DualShock only. That boy says, Soichi Terada is a legend. That's got to be the composer. And EB Boy has been wanting to request this because, yeah, we do have some drum and bass fans in the house. Wow, EB Boy adding that it was the first game ever that required the DualShock. EB Boy wonders why they chose this as a stage in PSA BI when you don't even go here. Does PBASR stand for Crash Team Racing Sart Transformed? Come on, look at this resolution. You can't see the 4K pixels, but this looks really nice, admit it. Koyao explains that the DualShock controller is necessary because you use the right stick to control your items. Can't do that on a vanilla pad. Alright, it is of course PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. Is that the PlayStation version of Smash? EB Boy says I need to play this. Perhaps I should. EB Boy confirms that it's a Smash on PlayStation. Alright, let's get some gameplay. We're just watching this man flap his gums. This reminds me of Hat in Time. This just looks like the hub world from Hat in Time, doesn't it, Sam? It's got the window outside with the space. So this is where Hat in Time derives its entire identity. Cool. I'm just kidding. Just testing, see if Sam is paying attention, and he sure is. Okay, so Koyao says that area, that's the time station, the hub world. How perfect. That's where you hear this song in game. BB Boy wonders, what are our thoughts on the Ape Escape Trey soundtrack? Because EB Boy thought it was a little too subdued for EB Boy personally. Can't say I've heard that soundtrack, but I have heard the Sonic 3 soundtrack, and I like it. What does this character remind me of? Is this, not Mischief Makers? What's that other game where they have, like, purple spiky hair? Can't remember. Yes, Javid makes a good point. It's time to pay out today's high-stakes wager. Wow. So the no's, people who voted no, that was about 12,000 points. And that was 85% of the pot. Let's see who picked the winner. So today's biggest winner is King Moly, followed by Super Rayman. Way to go. You have Elmarian to thank for throwing down 6,000. Javid put 3K, Sam 2K. That's what I call a massive pot. So way to go, Moly, Rayman, and others. Here come the points. Third, Bruno wishes everyone involved a GG, and so do I. Wow. Swimming. I don't know why I was wowed. Wow, PlayStation 1 has swimming, but it looks decent. JJ really should place higher bets to get a higher share of the winnings. That is how it works. Anyone else getting Dr. Wily vibes from the older guy? EB Boy wants to play this again and all, but playing it 3 times in 5 years is overkill. Yeah, you should have some downtime playing Mega Man Battle Network instead, and then come back to this. Koyao explains... Okay, you're saying skip ahead to an actual level? Are these all tutorials? Let me know if this is a true level or not. Is that your life counter on the upper left-hand corner? Those amaretto cookies? EB Boys, gotta get back into Battle Network. So yeah, JJ is wondering what this is. This is Ape Escape 1 for the PlayStation 1. Because yeah, JJ spotted the game at Sage that's a lot like this. Sam says this game looks like Mega Man Legends 1 and 2. Is Legends the, like, 3D sub-series or whatever? And just to imagine, just to think, all this time, JJ thought that in the Ape Escape games, you played as apes. What could have given him that idea? The title of the game. Alright, Javid, have yourself a good one. I'll see you on Friday for more Dark Souls. I'm very excited. Koyao also mentioning that the game has dynamic music. Cool. Koyao says, when you're sneaking around, the music loses its drums. Was there like a tiptoe mode so you don't get detected? Alright, Sam confirms Mega Man Legends is the 3D sub-series. Alright. Is this a true level now? These are true levels, right? Not tutorials? EB Boy says... Think Mario 64, but the stars fight back when you collect them. Alright, good. Glad to know that these are actual levels now. JJ's vibing with the green-haired anime girls. Do-do-do. Zaxter had said that a slow run of Sonic 3 and Knuckles is as slowly as possible, so you get a 9.59 on every act. Yeah, I guess that's not exactly in my wheelhouse, and there's not really much variation. It's just a yes or no. Do you get all the 9.59s or not? Have you ever done a slow run of Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and was it sufficiently fulfilling? Maybe it was. ED Boy said, but there is a spin-off where you can play as monkeys, so there's that. Koyao loves this game. ED Boy was hoping to break the ice on this game one stream, but glad y'all have good taste. Yeah, Koyao says, because Koyao loves this game. So this was like a freebie for Koyao, who would have requested something from this game anyway. Wow, ED Boy is pegging it as his favorite PS1 game of the whole bunch. Doo-doo-doo. This seems to flow better than the 3D gameplay in Nights into Dreams, there I said it. That's just me giving Sega a hard time. It was the new frontier of 3D gaming, but Mario 64 clears Elliot and Elise gameplay, or whatever the girl's name is. Yeah, Sam says that this video has a widescreen hack. Yeah, this is emulated in DuckStation. Well, we've been listening to the song for about 15 minutes. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull up, yeah, we're not gonna watch like the whole video or anything, but we'll definitely take a sample of Stuntman's Sonic Heroes. Thoughts? Oops. Koyao says, has it been that long? Time flies when you're rocking out to good tunes and learning about these essential chunks of video game history. Wow, Gray Owens wants to make me aware of a Japanese exclusive Ape Escape spin-off where instead of capturing monkeys, you steal their pants and then wash their pants. Sounds like a good time. You can teach kids the value of chores and hard work. All right. Thank you very much for today's song request, Gray Owens. I thank you. Koyao certainly thanks you. And the rest of us. All right. For our next and final segment of the day. So this is by Spontman. We looked at Spontman's like kind of thoughts video last week, or whenever it was, about Sonic CD. And now we're going to see what he has to say about Sonic Heroes. Now, for full disclosure and context, Sonic Heroes is one of my favorite Sonic games, and definitely my favorite 3D Sonic game. We all know how polarizing this game is, so I'm very interested to see what Spontman has to say. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. All right, I'll close Ape Escape. And I'm going to get a lightning accurate footage attribution. That's how this works. Spontman. cut off. Okay. Sonic Heroes, Sonic Heroes. A game that I love so much. Someday you will too. I'd like to think. All right, have a good one, Sam. Yeah, Vector Sater says, you're going to be looking for the usual talking points like it's a bingo card. What are the typical heroes' complaints? Jank, falling off edges, repetitive level design. That's the biggest baffling. I never find it. I think that Sonic Heroes, actually, let's solve the mystery right now. Sonic Heroes will appear to have repetitive level design if you are just playing on mellow mode. If you are just trying to get through the level once and beat the game, right? The level variety is astoundingly good, but it's only detectable in that way if you're, just playing beyond vanilla mellow stuff. EB Boy has a feeling that Spontman's not going to like the game that much. Crab says Heroes needs a remake. That's a common sentiment I've encountered. Me personally, I have everything I could ever want. Playing Sonic Heroes emulated on Dolphin. It's really amazing. But if all we had was the GameCube original, in that then it would definitely warrant a remake. But it looks so amazing. All right, Vector Sater's bingo card is glitches, voice acting, repetitive content, tedious unlock requirements, frustrating controls. Yeah, Koyal mentioned beating it 4 times, but all right, let's dive in.
First multi-platform game released. Sonic Heroes was Sonic's first multi-platform game released in 2003 for the PS2, Xbox, and GameCube. Review outlets at the time were mostly positive about Sonic's first foray.
That's interesting, because wow, did you hear that thunderclap? I wasn't paying attention to the reviews or anything when this came. That's kind of funny that it was generally okay, positive, receptive.
Into the third-party realm, but as the years have gone on and games such as Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic 06 have made their impact on the franchise, some have gone back to this game and declared that Heroes was the genesis of Sonic's many problems in the modern 3D games. Indeed, Sonic Heroes was a bit of a black sheep at the time of its release, with the focus being shifted from momentum-based platforming to team-based puzzle-solving mixed with more intensive combat. While we take Sonic's ever-changing design philosophy for granted now, this was pretty unprecedented in 2003. So, did Sonic Team's bold decision to shake up the Sonic formula pay off, or should this game have been Sonic Adventure 3 instead? Well, that's what I hope we'll find out by the end of this video. Before we get into the full review, I'd like to quickly apologize for the footage you're about to see. I have gotten loads of comments on my previous Sonic Heroes video lecturing me on how easy it is to set up the official PC port from the Dolphin end. Many hoops just to get half-decent footage. I'd highly recommend my video talking all about it too. Before it, the story in Sonic Heroes isn't very complex, nor is it all that present throughout the duration of the game. Eggman wants to conquer the world, Sonic friends it up to stop him,
Alright, I'm gonna skip this story stuff, only because, we talked about it plenty in the past, where, Sonic Heroes story is very simple. I'm totally fine with that as, a regular, not super ambitious adventure, All right, JJ was curious if he was talking about abandonware.
It is still optimized for a 4:3 aspect ratio, so if any time it looks like this, that's why. If you want more info as to why I had to jump through so many hoops just to get half-decent footage, I'd highly recommend my video talking all about the current state of Sonic Heroes, which I will link to at the end of this video. Now then, without further ado, this is my review of Sonic Heroes. Unlike Adventure 1 and 2 before it, the story in Sonic Heroes Sonic goes after chaotic.
Sorry if I didn't touch upon the thing you were curious about, JJ.
By comparison, the in-game cutscenes usually only amalgamate.
Cutscenes.
I think this is at least partly due to the change in art direction from the adventure games. While I don't think there was anything inherently...
Alright, he's talking about art direction now. Koyal really, really loves Heroes in concept. You really want another. JJ's long overdue. Yeah, and AB Boy had said, what's beyond mellow mode? Yeah, pretty much emblems. And the way you get emblems is by getting A ranks. There's A ranks just for the vanilla level, but then there's also the challenge mission mode where each team has their own different type of challenge, and it's just a great way to get more mileage out of the same zones.
Wrong with the more realistic environments, I have to give Sonic Heroes credit for striking a good balance between the vibrant colors of the Genesis games and the detailed textures from the Dreamcast games.
Yeah, and yeah, I have pointed out in the past, much like Spontman is, that Shadow invented dabbing way before it was a thing on Twitter X. What's it called? I forget.
This is just a flat-out great art style, and one that
yeah. It would be cool if Sonic Frontiers truly is going to be the template for the next coming games in the Sonic series. It would be cool to have an open zone type of game with more of this type of art style. That would be sick.
Influence many future titles such as Generations. This might be a little more controversial, but
Dude, such a good render. Can we just stop and enjoy this amazing set of renders?
I also quite like the new...
Yes, Spontman is here. Oh, the man of the hour. What's up, Spontman? The guest of honor. Yup, we're giving your video a look. I've been looking forward to this. Oh, so awesome that you joined us. And yeah, no need to apologize. I'm honored that you're here. This is awesome. And this will put me on my best behavior. Okay, and yeah, we can talk about the input thing. Yeah, so I was getting really worked up on Monday's stream because I couldn't get the remapping to work. However, as frustrated as I was, literally none of that frustration was like directed toward Spontman. So if anyone doesn't know, Spontman is the person whose video we're looking at. He also made the nuclear cheetah. And let me just say that part of the reason why I wasn't like ultimately that upset that I couldn't get because the game is so amazing. I can't wait to show you guys the nuclear cheetah. It is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. The way it works with combos and movement, and you're going to love it when you see it. I'm so impressed by the game itself that enthusiasm is carrying me through my failed attempts to set up the button remapping. But anyway, without getting too ahead of myself with that, Spontman has arrived, and you're very welcome, Spontman. Let's continue.
Character models. Sonic and Friends are more shiny and colorful than ever before, and I think they really nailed the proportions this time around. While I adore the chunky models from Adventure 1 and the lanky ones from Adventure 2, Heroes really cleans up around the edges and presents most of the characters quite nicely. Unfortunately, it's not all improvements when it comes to presentation. While the game looks good, it doesn't always sound good. The soundtrack has plenty of bangers, sure, but the audio has definitely taken a hit since Adventure 2. Enemies are back to making wimpy, barely audible explosions when they're killed, and the dialogue is still poorly translated. Considering this came out in...
That's interesting. I never noticed that the sound effects on the enemies were softer. This is also funny because doesn't Sonic Adventure 2 specifically have legendarily bad sound mixing?
2003, when we've had multiple 3D Sonic games by this point, I really feel like these issues should have been ironed out. With that said though, there are things to like here in the sound department, the most notable of which, aside from the soundtrack, being the voice acting. Many of the iconic voices from the adventure games, such as Ryan Drummond, Dean Bristow, Scott Dreyer, and David Humphrey, all give their best performances yet as these characters.
Scott Dreyer?
Dean Bristow, Scott Dreyer.
Never saw him before, but he looks like he could be Ryan's brother.
Many of the iconic voices from the adventure games, such as Ryan Drummond,
they both have that like middle school smile.
Dean Bristow, Scott Dreyer, and David Humphrey all give their best performances yet as these characters. Ryan in particular really sounds comfortable in his role as Sonic, injecting loads of energy and excitement into nearly every sentence.
Where'd you nap?
After that, praise, insightful, and Captain Crunch.
Captain Crunch! It's the foot!
Time to crunch!
That's the...
Okay, Spontman says, it's mainly Sonic Adventure 2 Battle that has the mixing issue. Wow, JJ says Adventure 1 has worse mixing than 2. Spontman says you wouldn't be offended if I turned on adblock. And I appreciate that. I've never used adblock. I've never acquired adblock because, doing so sets a bad example that directly eats away at my income. But yes, Spontman is, has every license to say, I give you permission not to use ad block.
The story and presentation mostly covered, so now it's time for everyone's
Sort of. It still is ripping off YouTube, but...
favorite part, gameplay. The overarching structure of Sonic Heroes is similar to that of Sonic Adventure 2, with a player completing the levels of each campaign in a linear order with occasional boss fights and character battles in between. Unlike the adventure games before it though, this game does have special stages, which we'll talk about in due time. Sonic Heroes attempts to innovate by introducing team mechanics, which are its main selling point.
Attempts to innovate, here we go.
As opposed to controlling one character at a time in different levels, the player now takes simultaneous control of 3 characters, with each having their own type: speed, power, and flight. This necessitates changes to the core gameplay, which of course means that we need to hold it to our 3 staples of Sonic excellence. For those who are new to the channel, which is probably most of you, let's quickly recap what I'm looking for in an ideal Sonic gameplay style. 1. Essential Sonic staples should be present. These include rings, springs, robotic enemies, etc. 2. Replayability should be encouraged through design. A good Sonic gameplay style should have a high skill ceiling for mastering the character's moveset, and or challenging levels that become more fun the more you play them.
Sounds like Sonic Heroes to me. Yeah, Vector says lots more noise in Heroes, certainly with all the chatter.
And finally, 3. The character's central attribute should be important. By central attribute, I mean the core of the character's design. For example, Sonic is a hedgehog, so its gameplay should place emphasis on his ability to roll into a ball. I'll be using Team Sonic as my primary example when talking about the gameplay, but since every team has a nearly identical moveset, you can safely assume that my points will apply to all of them unless I say otherwise. With this in mind, let's get into it. To get the first point out of the way, Sonic Heroes is filled to the brim with staples of the Sonic franchise from start to finish, with rings, springs, robots, Chaos Emeralds, loop-de-loops, the works. With that said, let's go over the team gameplay. As mentioned earlier, Sonic Heroes at all times has you taking control of 3 characters, with speed, power, and flight archetypes. Let's talk about speed first, using Sonic as our example. Sonic plays the most traditionally, with his momentum, jump, light speed dash, and homing attack all returning from the adventure games. Otherwise, his moveset is significantly different than before. The Spin Dash has been completely gutted and replaced with Rocket Excel, a move that has your other 2 team members launch Sonic while in motion for a small burst of speed. Additionally, the focus on combat in Sonic Heroes results in Sonic having some combat-focused moves in his arsenal, such as the Blue Tornado, which can stun enemies and be used to activate certain level gimmicks. Other speed characters have slight variations on this move, but it's still mostly used for the same purposes. Knuckles, our power character, is the most combat-specialized member of the team, with a 3-hit combo and the ability to throw Sonic and Tails in ball form at enemies. However, he also has the triangle dive, which is typically used to catch the upward draft from giant fans for platforming purposes. Tails is more platforming focused, but has some combat moves as well, such as Thunder Shoot, where he throws Sonic and Knuckles at enemies to stun them and defeat them if he's leveled up enough. Additionally, he can fly for...
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm letting this play for a while without really saying something, but it's partly because this is an overview of just the kind of the mechanics, which I was skipping over some of this last time when we looked at the video for Sonic CD, but Spontman made the very fair point that in skipping some of that stuff, I was at times also in turn kind of inadvertently skipping over, actual commentary, so I want to give it the full exposure this time.
A short period of time. The core gameplay of Sonic Heroes is to switch between the playable characters in your team and use the best one for whatever job the levels throw at you. For example, if there's a platform too high for the other characters to reach, you switch to Tails to fly everyone up there, and if there's a wall that needs to be broken, you need to use Knuckles to break it down. This same philosophy applies to combat, with different enemies being weak to different attacks. You may need to use Sonic's Blue Tornado to flip a turtle enemy upside down to destroy it, or Tails' Thunder Shoot to knock down flying enemies. For all of its faults, Sonic Heroes really squeezes a lot out of this team gameplay. Now, when I say
here we go. Yeah, Eevee Boy, if you're wondering what Spontman thinks of the Sonic Adventure 2 Spin Dash, you don't even have to wonder. You can ask him right now. Also, Spontman doesn't know what the discuss emote means yet.
All of its faults, I'm not kidding around, because unfortunately, Sonic Heroes is chock full of them. While the level design does take advantage of the team mechanics, I think Sonic Team may have been a little overzealous with the length, because most of these levels can take 10 minutes or more to beat, compared to the average 2 to 3 minute length of previous Sonic stages, whether 3D or not. Even then, in a more polished game, I could understand them wanting to improve and expand upon the levels, but polished this game is most certainly not. While Sonic's momentum...
Alright, as far as long levels, I think, and this is to say nothing of how Spontman plays the games, because I don't know how Spontman plays the games yet. And when I say how you play it, I mean, anytime I'm watching a review of a game like Sonic Heroes, it's very relevant to know whether the person is just trying to beat the game by running through or if they're going for A ranks. I could understand how someone just running through the levels, it's easy to get frustrated by long levels. I would like to think that going for ranks and, really thinking meaningfully about how to maximize points, the variety of level design shines better. But I will also say that, I'm a person who, when faced with the prospect of doing a challenge mission with Team Dark, right? Those Team Dark missions are just all time-based, and you have to kill 100 enemies. How fast can you do it? I can understand how that's just a non-starter for some people, but for me, I just love, when I'm in the mood for a really long odyssey of a level, I can really enjoy that. But I think that enjoyment is also partly dependent on, like I said, what you're setting out to do, just running through the levels or getting A ranks. Vector Satyr would be fine with the length of the levels were it not for, what they contain. Spontman is not a completionist, so you only went for ranks in a few of the levels. But considering the game makes you play every level 4 times before you beat the final boss, you think you had a amount of decent experience with the level. Well, yeah, you had experience with the levels. I wonder, for example, how many challenge missions did you do? And it's possible that the answer to that is 0. But I do believe that the challenge missions are an important way, a context where, you hear people complain about having to beat the game 4 times. If you're pulling, not you, Spontman, but if any gamer out there is frustrated at the prospect of having to beat the game 4 times, right? You talk to me, beating 4 games, just playing through the levels 4 times, that's a warm-up. You figured out how to do it with Team Chaotix, but you haven't gone for, right? You just ran through the basic template, I guess.
Is retained from the adventure game.
And yeah, EB Boy says the length changes greatly when it's your second time. Yeah. So that first time that you play through as Team Sonic, Team Dark, the 4 different teams, that initial playthrough to get to the final boss, true ending and everything, that will definitely be the longest individual level times you'll ever have. Definitely.
They seem to have added an additional speed parameter that always travels in whichever direction the stick is pushed, and not necessarily where the character is facing. This means that the player is constantly dealing with 2 opposing forces of momentum, making this game feel much more slippery. This problem is exacerbated with some characters' moves combined with the level design. See, Sonic Heroes really likes to constantly throw enemy gauntlets at you while not putting up any barriers whatsoever. This, combined with Knuckles'
Now we need to talk, Spontman. The perennial thing that I always say about Sonic Heroes and, King K, I love to poke fun at him. He brings up the point in his videos that, in this game, you're constantly falling off the edge and it's not your fault. Well, hold on. The cardinal rule of sequences like this, when you're fighting wave after wave of badniks, on a platform that is so incredibly small, you have to use the architecture as an important weapon in your arsenal. And that means protecting the middle and really just staying in the middle. You cannot get knocked off of an edge in this game unless you are standing close enough to an edge. And yeah, Spontman, sorry you missed part of it. I'm sure it'll become evident hopefully. Sanic Fan is over on YouTube saying, only 4 people? Well, 4 people watching on YouTube. We got 20 over here on Twitch. Yeah. Now, also, I would have to look more closely at these enemies in this footage, but
moves combined with the level design. See,
yeah, I don't think they have helmets. So what that means is that this is a job for Tails, buddy. Now, would I expect someone to figure out all the optimal combinations of which character and which attack to use for any given setting? I definitely would not expect that to become apparent on a first, beat the game 4 times. But that's why this game has so much more to offer than just that first attempt of beating the final boss, is that when you keep trying again and again for an A rank to get emblems, over the course of time, you will have so many aha moments where the puzzle elements of the game will reveal themselves. Whereas if this was me fighting these guys, right? If Tails is level 3, he can stop these dudes in their tracks with his toss attack, the homing attack. So, yeah. Anytime I hear people talking about falling off the edge, yeah, there's 95% of the time a user error that could have been prevented.
Sonic Heroes really likes to constantly throw enemy gauntlets at you while not putting up any barriers whatsoever. This, combined with Knuckles' punches launching him out of control, means you are constantly at risk of falling to your death without it necessarily being your fault.
Wait,
while
sorry,
not
I was
putting up
looking at
any
chat.
barriers whatsoever.
See the other
this,
falling
combined
death.
with Knuckles' punches launching him out of control, means you are
Yeah, like with this example right here.
barriers whatsoever. This,
Yeah, if it was me, I would just be punching him from the other side. Especially using Knuckles' B, when you hit B to do a punch attack with Knuckles, yeah, you have to be aware of where you're doing that, because it can definitely get unruly and send you off an edge. Spontman says he didn't use good footage. All right, Spontman says, your mindset was mostly skim through and find a clip that's good enough. Yeah, I mean, but this case study, right? And you shouldn't take it personal, Spontman. Any negative review that I've watched of this game always has this. And I think that, here's the thing. You used the word completionist before. To say nothing of Gerard, that's not my point, right? I don't think, like, completion, if you're talking about a completion, you're talking about getting every last emblem. But I don't think, right, I personally am nowhere close to getting all the emblems. And I started an all emblems arc here on stream, just to do it bit by bit over a long period of time. Will I ever get all of them? We'll see, but I can still, getting A ranks on the levels that I have, you're unlocking so much more of what the game is that, falling off edges with frequency as most people, and I did, right? The first couple times I played through Sonic Heroes, absolutely. But I think that for a game to be this ambitious and so complicated with all the different moves and the 3 characters, I'm okay with there being some, danger areas that you had to figure out over the course of repeat play. Like, yeah, maybe I should always make it a point to stand in the middle with Knuckles on these waves of bosses. Ultra Gameplays is popping in for this final segment. Koyao says, some of these enemies have a bit too much health, and Vector Sader always never likes fighting these armored enemies. Spontman says, my point about replaying is fair enough. Perhaps Spontman's problem is that the game is so long and tedious that the idea of trying to replay it just sounds unpleasant. And yeah, that's your perspective. Yeah, I would say, for you or anyone else who's always been kind of reluctant to deal with the potential tedium in this game, I would just say that as a starting point, I would say get an A rank in the first two, right? Team Sonic first two levels. Seaside Hill, Ocean Palace. Get an A rank in the regular level and also in challenge mode. And my suggestion is just to start there, and after you do that, I would be curious, to get your impressions, right? After getting an A rank in challenge mode, even just in the first level, you're going to learn, you're going to kind of figure out, like, what's happening in the level. And when I say what's happening, I mean, like, how do you have to approach your strategy to have the best shot at getting an A rank? It involves, and this is, a big reason why I play video games, making spur-of-the-moment economic calculations of, like, is it actually worth it for me to go track down those two badniks? Is it worth it to take the risk to do this Trail of Rings or whatever it else? The fact that there is some sort of strategy that gives more meaningful context to your real-time motions like that, that's why this game is a wonderland. And as time goes by, I try not to use the words replay or replayable, because when I am 200 hours into this game and trying to get all the emblems, I'm not replaying it in a redundant... I just say that I'm playing the game and that it has so much to offer in that context. Vector Sater says, that's most people's perspective. First impressions matter. Mellow mode should be amazing, and only after learned play should ever matter. That's modern gaming. All right, so here's how I would disagree with that, Vector Sater. I would say that what you're talking about is perfectly applicable to something like Sonic Adventure. I think that Sonic Heroes, much like Sonic CD, and that's why it's so profound, that they both start out with a cutscene with a similar environment, right? Both Sonic CD and Heroes are games that are like, let's take the Sonic formula established and let's make it go to new, more complicated, more depth opportunity heights. So I would not say that Sonic Heroes was ever meant to be the new template of Sonic games moving forward. But I think that a game that has the capacity to soar to new heights of depth, and the way that you can... It's so underappreciated, the extent to which in this game you can have the three characters' moves feed off of each other with a sort of synergy. Tails does not move very fast on his own, but you can generate a ton of speed with Sonic, switch to Tails at the last second, and then jump with Tails. Tails is going to carry all of that momentum. The fact that there are so many moves and so many different ways to approach a situation in this game, I think that the first mellow mode playthrough being a little bit clumsy, that comes with the territory. EB Boy thinks the Knuckles thing is deliberate. You notice that the ledge robbing mechanic is active for everything else you do. You believe they didn't include it during that action as a strategy challenge, requiring the player be mindful of where they're using it because they're not going to have the safety net of balancing on the edge. Vector says any of the Sonic games could have become the template if they had sold well enough, but you get your point. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. If Sonic Heroes had become the best-selling... I find it hard to imagine a universe where switching between characters on the fly would become a regular... Right, it's a big what-if, who knows. All right, Spontman says the combat especially is divorced from Sonic's core. He had also said your big problem with Heroes gameplay additions is that they don't really mesh with the established formula. Sonic Heroes' approach to combat, yeah, is definitely, it's more involved, and it requires a bit more, I hesitate to say that you have to stop what you're doing, but the fact is, yeah, some combat with these bigger guys, if you're going to fight them, you are going to have to come to a stop. I guess the reason I've never minded it is because there's already plenty of other Sonic games that just have you running. So yeah, with the justified mission statement of doing something new and different to justify the game's existence, the fact is I personally have a lot of fun with the combat. Even these like pseudo boss levels where it's just wave after wave of enemies, I love doing these. I love getting into a flow state and trying to figure out the most efficient way to kill enemies simultaneously. When you have those guys that will, like, they're flying in the air, they all go out to the middle, they all go out to the edge, and then they all come back to the middle. So when you get them all clustered like that, you send Tails' attack, you can sometimes wipe them out all in one attack. And I love figuring out little efficiencies like that. I can honestly say that even though the combat is more involved, I can still definitely get into an incredible flow state where, I whip out Knuckles to fight an enemy, switch to Sonic, jump and dash to get speed back. I personally get into a great Sonic-like flow, and I just love that there's a game that has a bit more combat to offer. Yeah, Spontman said you thought Sonic Heroes was one of the best-selling, and it might be one of the best-selling games. Now, JJ mentions that, is better than Frontiers. If you mean in terms of combat, I was going to actually mention Frontiers that, if this combat, like Spontman said that this combat, I guess, yeah, is divorced from Sonic's core. So I'm curious what you think of Sonic Frontiers, Spontman. Spontman says the combat works for some people and you don't want to take that away from anyone. JJ likens Heroes combat to the B button moves they added in Sonic Advance games. EB Boy disagrees with something based on the fact that you can homing attack like before if you want to. Maybe a rephrase of that. Knuckles' moveset is an extension of his adventure moveset. All right, Spontman. I'm surprised I didn't notice your Frontiers video. JJ gets something out of this combat. You love leveling up Fly and using that as you go-to combat in Heroes. I do really like that aspect of it. Leveling up, attacking situations differently depending on who is leveled up, and also, strategizing who you're going to level up, as JJ kind of just said.
Constantly throw enemy gauntlets at you while not putting up any barriers whatsoever. This, combined with Knuckles' punches launching him out of control, means you are constantly at risk of falling to your death with...
Yeah, I guess, I've played this game long enough that I know how to go about doing a continuous chain of punches with Knuckles and staying in one place. Somehow I've figured that out. It's not something that anyone would be expected to get the hang of. I can absolutely acknowledge that the average player playing through their first 4 runs with each team, yeah, they're bound to have a lot of deaths falling off the edge. And on some level, yes, I must count that against the game. But, like I said, the first playthrough, it's like Metroid. The first time you beat Metroid Dread, compared to the 20th time, you're going to find out so much every single time you play. And that's why every time I play Dark Souls, I start a new file. Because I'm early enough in the game that I really like just doing that first couple areas over and over, figuring out new efficiencies. Koyao doesn't think the leveling up is a worthwhile mechanic. It doesn't really add any interesting decision-making. Levels just come to you passively as you do the stage. Sometimes the game gives you level-up power-ups. Oh yeah, there's plenty of level-up power-ups. I think I would, I was thinking about this recently. There was a game I was playing recently where I was like, wow, that's just like Sonic Heroes. A penalty where if you die, right, if you fall off, if you're, 50% the way through a level, you die, and now you've lost all your levels. You have to start from 0. And so I guess that's the kind of thing that, personally, I find that very cool and interesting in like an arcade context. With the fact that, like, if you were just playing the game like as a speed run, or you're racing against your friend who's going to beat the game the fastest, well, now if you die, that has the very interesting and dynamic penalty where now you have to play through the rest of the level and you have to totally change the way that you approach combat because you just don't have some of the moves that you usually lean on. I think that's really great. Unfortunately, the average gamer is probably just going to restart the level, right? And I would caution people away from doing that for the same reason my personal recommendation is that it's not a great dynamic, if you're speedrunning a game, the sort of philosophy where as soon as you mess up, you're not going to get a new PB, you just abandon the whole, right? That I talked about that with the whole, the Batman rope metaphor in the 25% video. Spontman agrees, the leveling up is pointless, though. Yeah, nice. Toaster Brain's going to keep the stream on while drawing. Glad to hear it. Vector says it fits for the arcade style play the game's still promoting. Yeah, so Vector kind of touching upon that arcade philosophy too. You get good, you level up, combat gets easier, just like power-ups and shmups. You play differently to keep the power you earned. Yes, yes, yes. And think of it this way. The idea that you're going to lose all that valuable leveling up if you die, that is really no different than something like the sword throwing move in Zelda 1. In the NES Zelda game, many of you know that if you're, right, you have to have full 100% health. And when you have 100% health, you have an incredibly powerful attack that you can throw swords across the entire screen. Now, you have to have perfect play in order to keep that. Does Sonic Heroes require perfect play in order to keep those strong moves? Not even close. Dude, the only thing you have to do, right, instead of perfect play to maintain Tails' strong homing attack, just don't die. So, this kind of touches on, like, what I talk about in this 25%. When you're thinking about a game like Sonic 3, the average gamer in their casual approach, they'll fight a boss, they'll take plenty of hits, continually lose their rings, and they will walk away from the act being like, yeah, that was a regular play session. But there is such a massive penalty, points-wise, for just even losing your rings once, where now the maximum rings you can have is 25. That's the kind of thing where the game is asking you to stop and consider, like, what do I actually need to do in order to beat this boss without taking a hit? Similarly, in this game, I think the big thing that it's asking you to do, and that really gives the player a lot of agency and engagement, is that you have to decide the right character for any given situation. I think a lot of the deaths people have with Sonic is because they use Sonic in a case that's actually a job for Knuckles. The way Sonic controls so crazy fast and borderline erratically, that's this game's balancing mechanism to say, all right, you can have super top speed, but it's coming at the cost of, precision. Spontman never found the level ups to affect the gameplay all that much from the really tough bosses. I mean, having what's it called? Having Tails' level 3 homing attack, which is borderline overpowered. I forget what I was going to say. Vector says Tails' level 3 attacks trivializes most encounters. Sonic 3's level homing attack triggers the Sonic win on impact. Yeah, stripping shields. Let's listen to a little more.
Without it necessarily being your fault. Fun. And
yeah, Koyao says you think the game would be better if you just had all your moves right off the bat. Yeah, I think that it's like you can get overpowered attacks, and maybe those overpowered attacks, I think of it this way. I think that the overpowered attacks, I almost want to think of them as regular attacks. It's when you're at level 3 that you have the true attacks. And yeah, to say it trivializes encounters like Vector did, because it's a homing attack and it's very strong. I get that to an extent, but I don't feel like when I play, a Team Dark mission, you have to defeat 100 enemies as quickly as possible. I still feel very engaged, even though I'm using that homing attack plenty. Sometimes it requires another move from another teammate to expose a weak point and stuff.
And the slippery game feel isn't the only problem this game has going for it, not even close. Sonic Heroes retains a lot of jank from the adventure games as well. The lightspeed dash, while easier to recover from if it doesn't work, still shouldn't fail this often when the level design very frequently relies on it. And speaking of things not...
Now, I'll just, PSA that I always mention whenever we look at critiques of Sonic Heroes. You can eliminate all light ring dash errors by jumping and then pressing B. If you try to do a trail of rings on the ground, it's very possible you'll not do the dash and you'll instead rocket excel and die. Now, that's definitely kind of a problem with the game, but at least there's, an organic solution. Spontman says, Team Blast is legit a good mechanic. It still fails in the air. What do you mean by that exactly? Team Blast fails in the air? Vector Sater understands where Koyao is coming from. In complicating the combat, the game loses some of the pick-up and play appeal of the classics. Yeah, but I also think that would be true of Sonic CD, and losing those pick-up and play benefits, it's the payoff is so much greater. When you can rise above a design philosophy that caters to instant gratification, it would be ideal if you can provide mellow mode and soar to new height, and it would be great right out of the box, regardless of your play style. But that's easier said than done, and I am okay with this game being a lot rougher on your first playthrough if in turn it opens up all that dynamic death, which for my money it does. Oh, okay, Spontman was talking about the light dash. That's interesting. I guess my only other question is what version of the game you're playing. This does look like GameCube, right? I only say that because I play on GameCube emulated, and I found that the jump thing always works. All right, Spontman was playing the GameCube version. Hey, no apologies necessary, Koyao.
Working, there's also these switches that you have to pull with your flight character, which often will not happen.
The switches are annoying. I more than the average gamer, I always typically put myself in a space of responsibility where I'm like, all right, if I am trying to grab this,
despite the prompt
this handle up here and I miss twice, somehow it was my fault. I have to do better, but they're a little annoying.
Really showing. There are so many of these issues that if I were to talk about them all, this would probably turn into one of those 5-hour video essays. I'm sure there will be some people commenting on this video accusing me of having a double standard since I excused the jank in Sonic Adventure and its Sonic Adventure 2, but I'm not doing the same with Heroes.
Wow, you can hear that, huh? Yeah, it is raining. Sorry, I hope it's not like picking up loud on the microphone.
The reason I gave those games a pass is because they were made during a time where this was the norm. On the other hand, by the time Heroes came out, not only were we expecting more out of AAA games, this is also just basic stuff that a sequel needs to do. Sonic Adventure 2 may not be the most polished game ever made, but at the very least it does fix a lot of glitches and quirks from its predecessor. Sonic Heroes, on the other hand, is so wrapped up in introducing new mechanics that it can't be bothered to do the very job of a sequel, to expand and improve upon what came before. If Sega had held off on taking Sonic in a new direction and instead focused first on perfecting the winning formula they already had, then Sonic Heroes probably wouldn't have the mixed reputation that it does. But I think I've made my point. I've talked enough about...
Yeah, so like I was saying before, my main kind of take on that is just that, like Spontman here is saying that they should have just kept refining the progression of game to game from Sonic Adventure 1 to 2 and then to this. You know, when I talk about a game like Super Mario Sunshine and how I give Nintendo so much credit for the bravery to take the existing formula and give it a new spin that is unique to that game, that I almost kind of look at Sonic Heroes as a standalone game that was never, kind of repeating myself, it wasn't meant to become the new normal, but it is a true Sonic game through and through in every way, despite that heavy combat emphasis compared to other games. Spontman says, Sunshine very much follows 64's formula, though. What I mean is, like, you know, with the spraying water and having, you know, aiming, managing water, ammo, using the hover, being able to hover the way you can in Sunshine, like that led to a massive change in the way that the levels were designed, because if the levels were designed like they were in Mario 64, the game would be too easy. So you got, like, what is it, Rico Harbor, that's got all the scaffolding and all those narrow walk, like I can at least give them credit for doing something like that. Ultra Gameplays has never played Sonic Heroes and is weighing in that this is not a good first impression. Toaster Brain can see what I'm saying. Spontman sees Flood more as an expansion of Mario's moveset and something that totally changes the gameplay identity. So I guess, Spontman, that I don't see Sonic Heroes as that much of a drastic departure. Yeah, it has way more combat. All I really see this game doing is taking the segmented, different, extreme... Right, Sonic Adventure 2 cuts the damn game in 3. Says, all right, you're only going to be on a mech for all of the Tails levels. You are only going to be in hunting mode. To hybridize everything together, like, this game was an experiment that needed to happen. And perhaps you could have done it with less combat, but yeah, Spontman agrees to disagree, which is totally fine, of course.
About what I believe Sonic Heroes should have been, so now let's talk about what it is. To go back to our Sonic gameplay criteria, I will give Heroes a pass on the third point, but I refuse to give it any credit for replayability.
Here we go!
That's due to a huge sin of game design that
I can't remember exactly what you said before, but yeah, I challenge you, Spontman. I would love to know what your opinion of the game is, right? And this should not be conflated with, you know, being a completionist. What I am not recommending the average gamer do is to say, you need to get every single last emblem, in order to be able to weigh in on the game. No, but as a starting point, I would say take Team Sonic. I mentioned, Seaside Hill, Ocean Palace before, but maybe take the first 3 zones. So the ocean level, and then you got Grand Metropolis / Power Plant, and then whatever's after that. Those first 6 acts, I would suggest anyone who's suspicious of this game's replay value, get an A rank on those first 6 acts on the regular level and in the challenge mode. I would be very curious to get your impressions about the replayability. After you get the A ranks, you will by necessity figure out what the game is asking you to do, and that's where the true gameplay mechanics and your strategy approach comes from. All right, maybe Spuntman's going to do a stream of his own. I'll be there. And Toaster Brain says this conversation genuinely makes you want to try it out for yourself, so you probably will. Make sure it's the GameCube version. I cannot be accountable for any issues experienced on Xbox or PlayStation.
This game commits. Padding. While 4 campaigns sounds like a decent amount of content, very little of it is actually unique. In reality, all 4 of these teams are going through the exact same levels in the...
Ooh, au contraire. I got you on this one, Spuntman. For someone who's just running through the levels, they're all going to feel the same, right? That should be no surprise. If you are not going for ranks, you don't care how you're playing the level, just that you get to the end. You will perceive the 4 different level layouts to be superficial. You will think that Sega is trying to pat themselves on the back for giving you so much content, when really the differences between the 4 layouts of Ocean Palace, for example, are minimal and superficial. I promise you that the value of those level tweaks will become abundantly clear, even if you just get a few A ranks. And you do it in multiple teams. All right, and yeah, I know I gotta let Spontman finish the thought, but yeah. All right, I'll keep it zipped until this paragraph thought is fully delivered.
The exact same order with very minor changes. To kick things off, Team Sonic actually makes a fairly decent first impression. It has a pretty bare-bones story, sure, but hearing banter between Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles really sells the idea that these guys have been friends for a while, and it helps justify the downright insane coordination they must have to be able to perform some of the moves that they do. The level design is mostly okay, but a majority of the bosses boil down to just spamming Sonic's homing attack until they're down for the count. Egg Emperor, the last boss, is one of the few that requires using all 3 characters, but it relies so much on projectile spam that it quickly becomes frustrating. One aspect of the team gameplay that I have yet to touch on is Team Blast, which is basically the final smash before that was a thing. As your team engages in combat, this meter in the top right...
Alright, is it safe to say, Spuntman, that the thought about the 4 different versions of levels is now, complete?
Going through the exact same levels in the exact same order with very minor changes. To kick...
Yeah, so, all right. The other highly under-recognized and underrated value, and I'm giving away an important point of my eventual Sonic Heroes video on Alex Yard Adventure, but that's one of the benefits of hanging out live on stream with Alex Yard. The incredible underrated value of the subtle design tweaks is that I'm just in awe, and I can forgive Izuka for all of his future crimes, because I just think he nailed it, knocked it out of the park with this game. It means that you cannot rely on muscle memory. Because if you played through Team Sonic, Team Dark, you get this muscle memory where you know, all right, I'm going to hit this spring, it's going to launch me up, there's 2 levers I have to pull, and there's an enemy right here, right? It seems like a small detail, but when you're actually needing to do things quickly and efficiently to go for an A rank, what the level design tweaks do is it keeps you on your toes. It means that you have to genuinely react to what you're encountering instead of just, all right, I know there's going to be 2 enemies, and I know the quickest way to do it is to first do a tornado, then go pull the lever, and then by that point, the enemy will be right. I would be bored if I was just doing the same thing every time I got to that spot. But there's a certain type of joy that I feel where I'm playing as Team Dark instead of Sonic, and I get to this part that I know so well, and I'm like, whoa, now there's 3 enemies, and they're in a different layout. The lever is in a different spot. So, like, you know, this is kind of touching upon what we were talking about earlier in the stream before Spontman arrived, about the pitfalls and perils of, like, speedrunning a single game obsessively so that you're not so much reacting to an organic situation, you're just putting your memory to the test that you reinforce through dozens and dozens of hours of doing the same repetitious gameplay mechanics over and over. Whereas with this, yeah, I will always opt for a game where, you know, I'm reacting to organic situations instead of just going through the motions over and over. Spontman says your muscle memory was kicking in a tad by Team Rose. But Spontman, all you're talking about, the impression that I'm getting, is that your muscle memory kicked in playing as Team Rose to get to the end of the level. If you've played the game as Team Sonic, Dark, Chaotix, and you are just trudging through that 4th playthrough with no regard for what rank you're getting, yeah, you're right. That muscle memory is just going to make the game feel boring. There is no incentive to pay attention to any of these tweaks because they are minimal incidental drops in the bucket if all you're doing is trying to get to the end. Koyao says, a lot of the people who gripe about having to beat the game 4 times have to be taken in context. Koyao adds, this game came after Sonic Adventure 2, where you had to beat it 2 times to get the last story. Spontman just thinks a game can be replayable while still being fun for the first time, and Heroes is a certain point for me. I can definitely acknowledge that the average gamer, much like myself, the first 1, maybe 2 times I played through Sonic Heroes, I had, you know, the typical opinion of this game that you're going to encounter on YouTube from this game's detractors. My first impression after beating it the first couple times was, it's a cool game in some ways, but it's super clumsy, and I just felt like I was trying to get through it and be done with it rather than and with random jank sending me off edges and all this crap. I can definitely criticize the game as a negative, saying that, yeah, it doesn't do as good of a job as Sonic Adventure 1 or 2 does in giving you, you know, pure fun factor on a first playthrough. But like I said, that is all perfectly explainable in the context of the ambitious new heights that this game is trying to soar to, that Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 was not trying to do. It becomes a harder and harder feat to be able to make a game that has so much depth and replayability, but also making sure that it's perfectly fun and conquerable by the average, you know, kid even on their first playthrough.
To kick things off, Team Sonic actually makes a fairly decent first impression. It has a pretty bare-bones story, sure, but hearing banter between Sonic, Tails, is mostly okay, but a majority of the bosses boil down to just spamming Sonic's homing attack until they're down for the count. Egg Emperor, the last boss, is one of the few that requires using all 3 characters, but it relies so much on projectile spam that it quickly becomes frustrating. One aspect of the team gameplay that I have yet to touch on is Team Blast, which is basically the final smash before that was a thing. As your team engages in combat, this meter in the top right will gradually fill up, and when it's full, you can activate it to destroy all enemies within radius. This move has additional effects when playing as other teams, but Team Sonic's is as simple as that. Next is Team Dark, and Oh, Shadow's back. Yeah, so as it turns out, Shadow was such a fan favorite that Sonic Team decided to bring him back, rendering his sacrifice in Sonic Adventure 2 completely pointless. This tidbit kind of perfectly encapsulates the approach to story in this game. It shares continuity with the previous games, but it doesn't care about the spirit that those stories had. Sonic was outright mourning Shadow's death in Sonic Adventure 2, but when he's reintroduced in Heroes, Sonic acts like he just saw his old high school buddy in the grocery store, not someone who literally died before his eyes in the last game. Team Dark in general has a pretty dumb story. Rouge finds Shadow and a new robot character, Omega, in some random facility. Man, we dodged a bullet with this one. Could you imagine if they not only brought Shadow—
If it's okay, I'm gonna skip a little, because I'm less... I find the story elements of Sonic Heroes discussion to be, like, less contentious. I think the story is perfectly fine for what the game is trying to do, but...
Shadow back, but Gamma too? This game would be a whole buffet of degraded character deaths. As far as gameplay goes, Team Dark starts off alright, with some tweaked level design to provide a somewhat fresh experience, but as it goes on, it gets...
Yeah, somewhat fresh. At your phase of Sonic Heroes career. But trust me, all will become clear, and I can't tell you how many wow moments I had with this game. Purely through the criteria of the game keeping me on my toes, not letting me rest on my laurels by doing the same attack patterns.
More and more frustrating. Team Sonic had this enemy gauntlet after Mystic Mansion that was already pretty annoying as it was, but I swear this thing is borderline impossible on Team Dark. I ended up using an action replay.
Yep, so devil's in the details. Much like I am easily able to dismiss some of King K's criticism of the game based on the foolish gameplay choices and I say foolish, I know that sounds really condescending. I should reframe that and say that...
But I swear this thing...
Something like this, like...
is borderline impossible on Team Dark.
Alright, yeah, that was definitely user error. And I'll tell you why right now.
As it was, but I swear this thing is borderline impossible on Team Dark.
I don't think you had the altitude.
Pretty annoying as it was, but I swear this thing is
blue
borderline
enemy.
Impossible on Team Dark.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but... Like... This reminds me of the infamous pumpkin sequence in Mystic Mansion. I think the reason why everyone has such a bad time with that chain of pumpkins is because they don't realize that when you do a homing attack on a pumpkin, if you continue holding the button, you're going to bounce off the pumpkin and it's going to take a while. You're doing those kind of tricks in the air. But if you just quickly tap the button to do a homing attack, you're going to drop quickly. So, like, Spontman swears altitude never mattered up to that point. There's a lot of homing attack chains in this game where you have to target enemies higher than you, and it works fine. That's interesting. When I do...
Already pretty annoying as it was, but I swear this thing is...
Yeah, when I do this, I also try to attack the top first. I try to get to the top and then work my way down. You know, again, just to eliminate the chance of this happening. But I will absolutely grant that on a first playthrough, this boss rush will probably be very frustrating. That's fair to say. Sonic Team Jank, as Koyao says.
Borderline impossible on Team Dark. I ended up using an action replay code to spam Team Blast and get it the heck over with. Yeah.
Wow, so you really couldn't even beat this thing? Yeah, I would not expect everyone to figure out everything that I have figured out, but that's only... I think the game is great that it's a mystery that you can continually solve. And I've gotten to a point where I can beat this. It's still pretty hard, but I can honestly play Team Dark's enemy rush wave thing, and each time I die, I can find a way to take responsibility. Yeah, Spontman clarifies, it's not that he couldn't, he just didn't want to. He wanted to move on with its life. And hello, Concert Etiquette. And then hello, Zach, the very lucky engine over on YouTube. More live streams indeed. Yeah, Spontman says the algorithm, unfortunately, isn't very forgiving to people who take a long time to get videos out.
Was already pretty annoying as it was, but I swear this thing is borderline impossible on Team Dark. I ended up using an action replay code to spam Team Blast and get it the heck over with. Yes, this is totally a skill issue and not a problem with the game design. You can now brag in the comments about how you beat it with your eyes closed in the womb. We will all be very impressed. Finally, Team...
I mean, I guess the difference between Spontman and me and all those people in the comments who inevitably were like, no, I beat it. I don't know. For you to make a permanent piece of content that says it's borderline impossible, but then also say that it's not my fault. I got to hurry up and make videos, otherwise the algorithm punishes. Yeah. I would not deny that this is tough and a source of frustration, but this game is a marathon, not a sprint. There's plenty of, sprint Sonic games already available. Koyao likes that Rouge's contribution to the Team Blast is holding Omega's head.
It's about how you beat it with your eyes closed in the womb. We will all be very impressed. Finally, Team Dark's Team Blast has an interesting twist where it pauses time for a brief period after the move is performed, allowing you to pick up stray rings and level ups before engaging in combat again. I thought waiting for this to finish would get annoying, but I eventually discovered that you can resume time on command by pressing the Team Blast button again.
I didn't know that.
Very
wow.
nice. Next is Team Rose, which is apparently this game's easy mode.
So that's interesting. I'm a little sad that you're moving on from this so quickly, because the fact that you can freeze time in this way, right? What's it called? The ability to freeze the clock, dude, that is a game changer when you are going for A ranks with Team Dark, because it's incredibly valuable, right? Because I love the fact that this game, the way the score system works, it gives you a prorated score down to the second. Every second counts, and every second affects your time bonus. So the fact that you can use Team Blast to freeze time and keep going, that's incredibly powerful. But it comes with a catch. You can't just use it wherever, because in many cases, if you use that Team Blast to freeze time in a part of a level that has like a locked door, right, you're going to be stuck in place. Now, you're not going to get a huge penalty for that because the time is stopped during the freeze, but it is an opportunity cost. You could have used that freeze time Team Blast in a spot where the way ahead of you is freely open, so you can keep moving while time is frozen. Gray Owens hasn't played this game. You think Alex's points about user error are fine, but what about how the game punishes the user error? Is it justified? Is it fun? Yeah, Spontman was amused at how many people didn't know that you could resume time. Yeah, and really that's a quality of life thing. Like I said, all this time I've been playing Team Dark levels, if I ever use the freeze time Team Blast in a spot that it's not good, it's not a catastrophic error because you don't lose time. Time is frozen. But it's great that you can just speed through it.
Blast button again. Very nice. Next is Team Rose, which is apparently this game's easy mode, so why are these campaigns not sorted by difficulty? Before I go on another rant, let's quickly go over this campaign. Honestly, while Team Rose is a bit too easy at times, I didn't really mind after Team Dark's story. Not only are these takes on the levels much more forgiving, they're also under half of the length, which meant spending significantly less time replaying levels that I had already played through twice. Plus, it made access...
It is baffling that, any reasonable person is probably going to play the game first as Team Sonic and then Team Dark. Then you come to Team Rose and you have this unskippable tutorial. It's pretty bad. I have heard Izuka say in interviews that his philosophy of doing the different teams, and keep in mind there was supposed to be like 8 teams. There were a bunch of teams cut. The philosophy, I thought this was super interesting, and it's not what I would have guessed, but his philosophy was that giving these different teams their own spin was a way that, like, it just gives people different options. They can play with the team that's like most conducive to their preference and play style. Now, of course, that falls out the window if you want the true ending, but I like the idea that, you know, for some people, Team Rose could very well be their primary and only way of experiencing the game. I think that's cool. Koyao just wishes you could just OD team levels with the characters you wanted. Yeah, Koyao did mind the shorter levels because you want to hang out more with Cream and Big, is it? Spontman thinks if the final boss didn't make you play as all the teams, the play your own way, it would be more applicable. Yeah, it is a little bit in conflict, especially, you know, any, decent Sonic fan that wants that true ending, they're not going to play Team Rose first. So it is very awkwardly ordered. That not just the fact of the unskippable tutorial, but also these mini versions of, it's like a big anticlimax.
The special stage is much easier. With that said, there were times where the low difficulty felt a little insulting. The best example I can give is the Team Blast, which will not only obliterate any nearby enemies, but also give you invincibility afterwards, which is overkill even for a game overly stuffed with repetitive combat. The story in Team Rose doesn't seem to really know what it wants to be. It's constantly flip-flopping between Amy trying to marry Sonic and the whole team looking for their missing friends and or pets. Also, Cream's voice is insufferable. Finally, we have...
I didn't like it at first, but I came around to maybe just Stockholm Syndrome. It's so ridiculous and over the top how high-pitched the voice is.
Team Chaotix. This is easily the worst campaign in the game. Unlike the other teams, which simply required you to get to the end, a majority of the Chaotix missions have you collecting a set amount of a specific item, defeating all of the enemies in a level, etc. The problem, of course, is that you're having to do this in a linear level that was not built for this kind of exploration whatsoever. This is by far the most tedious gameplay in this whole game. Even in levels where you don't have to do any of this malarkey, the game still feels the need to put in random...
I personally like the idea that here we're taking these levels that I already went through in a speedy fashion, and now I'm just having to tweak my objective, where now I have to, even the first level where you have to find the hermit crabs, I personally like the separate challenge, separate from Team Sonic, where it's like, all right, now we're turning this into like an observation thing. You really have to look at the environment and find those tiny little hermit crabs.
And puzzle elements that don't fit the flow of the level design whatsoever.
And also, in the vanilla playthrough with Chaotix, it might ask you to get 10 hermit crabs, but there's like way more than 10 in the level. So the fact that it's for the regular playthrough, it gives a lot of flexibility, and so there's a lot more variation in the exact path you take.
With Rail Canyon being one of the more egregious examples. I've heard some people say that Team Chaotix has the best story in this game, and even if I agreed, that's still a pitifully low bar.
Look how angry and aggressive Charmy is. He's about to stab Eggman because this game is so good.
Cross, considering all the other campaigns. Basically, Vector, Charmy, and Espio from Knuckles Chaotix have a private detective agency now, and an anonymous client who is totally not Dr. Eggman gives them a job to do. Since these morons probably don't get a lot of money in this line of work, they of course accept, and shenanigans ensue. While this is certainly a cute setup, the story falls apart as the campaign goes on. We already know it's Eggman from the very beginning, but this game tries to convince us otherwise by having him seemingly try to stop the Chaotix in boss fights. But again, we already know that this is a robot and not the real Eggman because most people have already beaten all the other teams by this point.
I don't know, I think they wanted us to kind of always know and suspect that it was Eggman. Like, they didn't... I don't think Sonic Team was presenting it as like, oh, a surprise twist. Can you believe it's Eggman? Did you see that coming? Eblo says the chaotic story is why the game will never see a re-release because Sega doesn't want money to exist in the Sonic universe. Au contraire, I've clarified this before, but it bears repeating. Sonic Team prevents outside, when they outsource, I say outsource, but when they have licensed Sonic stuff, like the comics or Sonic Boom, they prescribe very strict rules such as no reference to money. However, Sonic Team themselves has full liberty to include money. So it's like, it's not that money is totally banned from Sonic properties, just that Sonic Team is so protective and controlling that they're like, we trust only ourselves to implement money into a Sonic story. Koyao says, who said that? What? That Sega doesn't allow money? Vector Sater has the pull quote, rules for thee, not for me. Oh, that no money exists? Yeah, no, that's widely documented. That like the Sonic Boom show or the comics, they say you are not allowed. And Cybershell actually mentions that in one of his videos. And then he tries to, call out the inconsistency. Like, are you kidding me? Look at the Chaotix' entire plot line, but the two are not mutually exclusive. So yeah, given that there's so many, casino levels also as a recurring staple.
Even if this twist was a surprise, it still wouldn't justify the monotonous gameplay of this campaign. So in conclusion, the best thing about Team Chaotix is their Team Blast.
Spring into savings this moving season with Pods. Save up to 25% now on moving and storage and see.
And finally, before we talk about the last story, Sonic Heroes marks the return of special stages, which were a staple of the Genesis games and the only way to collect all 7 Chaos Emeralds. Now when it comes to those games, the special stages ranged wildly in quality, with some being genuinely fun, and others being downright blood-boiling. So where do the stages in Sonic Heroes fall on the spectrum? Well, kind of everywhere actually. Despite all of these using the exact same format, the range and difficulty is wide enough to give Big the Cat a run for his money. Some of these stages are over in literal seconds, while others I would swear are borderline impossible. What doesn't help is that the
I've never gotten all the emeralds for what it's worth. That's something I'd like to tackle.
Physics seem to be completely borked here. This is the only other part of the game that I used an action replay code to get around, not because of the special stages themselves, but rather the unnecessarily tedious way you're required to access them. First of all, whether a special stage even has a Chaos Emerald depends entirely on the level that it's in, which is already stupid when you compare it to the Genesis games, which would always give you a Chaos Emerald regardless of where you access the stage. Second, you can't replay special stages from the level select, which means you
Superstars does it that way, right? You can't get more than 1 emerald in a single level. I think it makes sense so that you can't, abuse Mushroom Hill and get all the damn emeralds in the first zone. And yeah, I don't know, Vector Sater, if emeralds, how that factors into all the emblems. Spontman thought Superstars worked the same as the classics. No, like if you get an emerald in the first level, Bridge Island, if you go back, like the ring is gone, or it's a different color and it's just hollow and doesn't count. Zach is asking about trains over on YouTube, and I am trying to keep things largely on topic to this Sonic Heroes critique, but I'm glad you have an affinity for trains.
Have to go back to the level it's in, collect a key, and go through the entire level without getting hit once, which is almost completely dependent on luck. Only then can you retry the special stage, and if you fail, you have to do all of that again. Even playing as Team Rose, that's still 5 or more minutes you have to waste before you can retry. And after several attempts at the hardest of these stages, I reached my breaking point. So in total, I used 2 action replay codes to beat Sonic Heroes. That's right everyone, I'm a fake gamer. All of these games, fake. All these consoles, fake. My very existence, fake. You've all been hallucinating this whole time. Anyway, let's finally talk about the last story. Spoiler alert, skip here if you don't want to see him. Okay, so...
Hey, no need to apologize, Zach. I'm very happy you popped in. And maybe we can talk about trains during a general forum just chatting. Vector Sater says, it's worse in Heroes. You can only get emeralds every other stage. But yeah, Spont Man, I was just saying that, yeah, Superstars, long story short, 1 emerald per zone.
Metal Sonic is back for some reason, and he transforms into a giant robot monster thing in a seizure-inducing cutscene.
Alright, if this is endgame story, maybe I'll skip ahead a little. Knuckles looks dope in this frame. Final boss. Alright, let's see.
The developers, Sonic Heroes was supposed to be a return to Sonic's roots, but I find it...
It's a little crazy and funny that they would market as a return to Sonic roots, just because it has so much combat, but I also do think that it does return to the roots in terms of just the flow of a level, the way that score is calculated. The truth is, I've not really gone for emblems in the adventure games. I just don't feel like it. But I also don't, criticize the games, if that makes sense. I like Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. It's really strange that I really have no desire to get emblems in Adventure 1 and 2. I just, this might be shocking, but I just feel like I have way more control over the characters in Sonic Heroes. They will always go exactly where I want them to, if I'm using the right guy for the job in that exact moment.
To understand what they actually mean by that. For all of the changes that Sonic Adventure and its sequel made, I would still argue that they're more faithful to Sonic's roots than even the best parts of Sonic Heroes. Is Sonic Heroes a bad game? No. But I do think it's a bad sequel. Sequels are sequential. They're meant to expand and improve upon the foundation of their predecessors, not throw out what works in favor of something new.
So, the fact that, you had Adventure 1, Adventure 2, and then you get to the GameCube era, and, yes, the mainline Sonic game for this generation is Sonic Heroes. Based on that, I can be somewhat understanding of, wanting it to be a sequel, a continuation, a direct evolution. So it is pretty bold that, your anchor Sonic game for an entire console generation, instead of being, the next logical mainline entry, it's I don't want to say spin-off, but it is a different iteration in the same way that Sonic CD branches away from Sonic 1, 2, and 3. You could make the case that it was misguided to do that as the anchor game of an entire console generation. Sure. Since they went in this direction, I love the game that resulted. It was brave to do that and risky, clearly, with the amount of people that were just going to give up on the game after stumbling through the 4 campaigns and then calling it a night. Dude, Spont Man, you probably have no idea how much you're making Third Bruno's day. Because Third Bruno is all about those Pac-Man World games. And I've even streamed the second one a couple times. I would stream it some more, definitely.
Upon the foundation of their predecessors, not throw out what works in favor of something new.
Okay, Vector Sater had said, and that's a good point, the way that this game is a return to roots is the similar aesthetic to the classics. Yeah, like, Casino Night Zone and Carnival Night Zone are in a kind of a similar bucket to, like, Casino Park, whereas, like, Casinopolis in Sonic Adventure 1 is structured like a real casino, and you go to the pinball tables, but, yeah, a much greater emphasis on architecture that would exist in the real world. Yeah, Spontman says the aesthetic is the one thing that you think this game does better than its predecessors.
At you, Paper Mario. But even with this said, I do...
Wow, Koyao would flat out consider Heroes a spin-off.
To admit that under better circumstances, Sonic Heroes could have been an amazing sequel. In a world where Sonic Adventure 3 happened and perfected the formula of previous titles, I don't think I'd complain about a change in formula, especially if it was able to carry over the polish of a hypothetical Sonic Adventure 3. Unfortunately though, while Sonic Heroes has a lot of interesting ideas, the padding, lack of polish, and questionable design decisions prevent it from reaching its full potential. And while I wouldn't call it an awful game, it certainly was an omen for things to come. If you want more Sonic...
So yeah, hey, regardless, great video, right? Very easily a cut above the majority of, just churned out Sonic content out there. So bravo, Spontman. Great channel you got going. I'm thrilled that, I saw your community posts saying, that your channel's been growing decently well and fast, and it's well-deserved. Keep at it, man. This was a great, discussion. Best case scenario of these kinds of, React segments. How lucky we are to be graced by the presence of the man of the hour, Spontman himself. All right, cool. Yeah, let's touch base on Nuclear Cheetah. I recommend that you do not watch the stream where I tried to play it, just because you're going to see me frustrated. But yeah, it was baffling because I promise you, I got it to work perfectly the morning of. I got my button remapping ready. It was running through OBS. So I was very caught off guard when I couldn't get it to work. Vector Sader's taken off. So yeah, I'm also going to sign off. 4.5 hour stream. Hot damn. What a good stream. I want to thank you all for hanging out. This was a blast. We had Shadow the Hedgehog, classical mirror. I won a wager. When was the last time I won a full game Sonic game wager? You're very welcome. Spontman is saying you appreciate me taking the time to watch your stuff. Yeah, I appreciate that. And, it's like, I'm glad that you're thankful, but, it's like when Kelly Clarkson was on American Idol and Simon told Kelly, he's like, listen, you're not lucky for winning this competition. We, the judges, are lucky that you, stepped up to the plate. So I'm always happy to, raise good voices in the Sonic community, of which Spontman is definitely one of them. So yeah, I'll be in touch with Spontman. I am looking forward to playing the Nuclear Cheetah game. It's like exactly what I'm looking for in terms of a fan game with a meaningful combo system. So yeah, a lot to look forward to. But yes, one final thank you to the man of the hour, Spontman. I'll just quickly remind everyone when I will be back. And I'm going to keep, as a standard feature, keep simulcasting these streams over on YouTube. Like I said, I don't know if having started streaming on YouTube is what led to the dramatic uptick in daily viewership on the 25% video, but hey, I'm going to keep rolling with it. So yeah, I'll be back on Friday, opening up with Dark Souls. First look at Super Monkey Ball Adventure. And then we'll kick back with some Rystar to finish. I say kick back. That game is going to kick your ass if you're not ready. All right, Spontman's taking off. See you later. JJ is looking forward to a Friday stream. And yes, of course, Sonic Road Blast 2 cart kicks in right after the Friday stream. Oops, I went back here when I meant to go here. So yeah, EB Boy, see you around. Koyal, have a good one. Thanks again to Gray Owens for the great song request. JJ, EB Boy, Koyal. Third, Bruno, have a good one. Toaster Brain, so glad you got to join us and then rejoin us. Vector Sader took off. Eblo, have yourself a good one. Third Bruno, yeah, it's a stacked stream on Friday. Third Bruno doesn't know if he's looking forward more to Dark Souls or Monkey Ball Adventure. It's going to be a great time. So I'll also say bye to everyone beyond those who are chatting here in the chat. And anyone there on YouTube. Of course, including Zach, the Very Lucky Engine Productions. If you haven't played any of the early 2000s Sonic games, there's some that you should check out. Yeah, I like a lot of them. Most of them, even the ones with problems, I find a way to enjoy. So yeah, I will see you all in a mere 2 days. Have yourself a great one. And yeah, shout out to Spontman. Have yourself a good night. I'm going to go get my ass kicked in Dark Souls now and unwind. So I hope everyone's doing good. See you soon. This has been Alex Yard, simulcasting on Twitch and YouTube 3 times a week.